members, it's time for us to start our meeting, and we've also formed a quorum. So let's start. Item 1 on the agenda, confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 27th of November. It's paper 429. Mr. Chan Kim Paul proposes to amend paragraph 13 of the minutes in relation to his declaration of interest. The details have already been tabled. If members have no comment, I'll have the minutes confirmed with the amendment. Any comment? No? Thank you very much. The minutes confirmed. Information paper issued since the last meeting. Since the last meeting, the Secretariat has not issued any information paper. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Items for discussion at the next meeting. Our next meeting will be held on the 26th of February, a Tuesday, at 2:30 p.m. The administration has proposed 3 items. First of all, public works project, Mui Wo improvement works, and then planning study on future land use at Anderson Road Quarry, final recommended outline development plan, and number 3, progress report on heritage conservation initiatives. In order that we have sufficient time to go through all those items, it is proposed that the next meeting be extended by 45 minutes till 5:15 p.m. Members, any comment? If not, we proceed to item 4 on the agenda. Briefing by the Secretary for Development on relevant policy initiatives in the Chief Executive's 2013 Policy Address. Would the Secretariat staff please invite the administration's representatives to come in?
好啊，歡迎出席會議嘅政府代表。現在請發展局局長呢就此議項簡短介紹，並且係有局長會用電腦投影片作介紹嘅，請盡量精簡。唔該，局長。
多謝主席，多謝主席各位議員。咁呢就我簡介一下今次施政報告裏面就住土地供應相關嘅內容。土地供應裏面呢，大家都睇到呢個理念、願景同埋目標，我喺呢度呢都唔重複啦。咁呢裏邊呢亦都有提到呢一系列嘅短中長期。
So I won't repeat them. I would now like to welcome Mr. Paul Chan, Secretary for Development. Mr. Chairman, there are 10 initiatives in relation to the increase of land supply in the policy address, so I will not go through the details. As for the contents, the detailed contents, if members have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them. Now, this is a list of land supply covering new territories, deserted farmland in the new territories, Lantau Island, and appropriate reclamation sites in the harbour. And we have 5 selected offshore sites with artificial islands. Later, at the end of February and in early March, we'll conduct public consultation. Now, this map shows you how land will be supplied in the short, medium, and long term. And then commercial sites and facilities. For commercial sites, we'll continue to promote the change of Central and Wai-chuen government offices and GIC sites for commercial use, and to the north of Chaklapkok Airport Island, we'll have commercial development, and we'll have energizing East Kowloon as another core business district with the potential of supplying 4 million square meters of floor area, and then 2 action areas in Kowloon East to supply 500,000 square meters of floor area. At present is for government facilities. We'll also review the Kai-Tak development project and revitalize industrial buildings. As for the Land Supply Steering Committee, chaired by the Finance Committee, it will be converted into a comprehensive steering committee to coordinate the development and supply of land for different users, to adjust supply to suit the various needs and demands, and will report regularly to the Chief Executive. Another aspect is to develop infrastructure and make our economy prosperous. Now, this slide shows you the expenses on infrastructure investment. This year, almost $60 billion will be used in that regard. In the next few years, with the 10 core projects, our infrastructure expenses will remain at a high level. On the average, in the next few years, over $70 billion per year on the average. Now, this slide shows you the progress of the different projects. As for manpower for the construction industry, we are now collaborating with the Construction Association to estimate the manpower situation in the next decade. As for the remaining parts of the Construction Workers Registration Ordinance, in accordance with the different expertise of the workers, we'll conduct registration exercises to make sure that dedicated personnel are used for dedicated jobs, and will enhance training. And the association will also set up a website to assist workers in seeking jobs. There will be initiatives to enhance the overall image of the construction industry. At its peak for the construction industry, apart from manpower, we have to face very carefully another issue, that is safety on construction sites. So we'll enhance our effort in that regard. As for procurement, we've conducted a review and will carry out adjustments. We'll bring in more overseas contractors to tender for our projects in order to enhance efficiency and to ease manpower shortage in the industry. When assessing various options, we'll carefully consider the design and value management to see how we can match our ideas more. And then we will have another piece of legislation on payment protection to safeguard liquidity of the contractors. The third aspect is in relation to a quality city. We said that we would conduct a review, particularly in relation to private buildings, what our conservation policy should be, and after so many years we should have a comprehensive and in-depth review and to have discussion with society. As for the use of public resources, to what extent, in what way, and what concrete mechanism should be used. And then we should, through town planning processes, enhance conservation of private buildings. And together with the AAB, we'll discuss how, in this regard, we should conduct our review, the pattern of the review, and how we can have private engagement. As for harbourfront issues, we welcome a report from the Harbourfront Commission. Later this year, we'll conduct a public consultation exercise. With support from the public, we hope to legislate on the Harbourfront Authority. And through this authority, with new ideas and thoughts, we would like to further promote harbourfront development. As for greening, landscaping, and tree management, we have launched a list of high-rise greening species, and together with local and overseas experts, together with stakeholders, local communities, NGOs, and non-profit-making agencies, we would like to engage the public in tree management. We'll also set up an electronic tree management system to provide risk data on trees as well as management data. One aspect of a quality city is low-carbon construction. Another major objective is to provide space for creative industries in art and culture and to have creative designs for our buildings. One of our major resources is water. To save water is very important. From now on, we will carry out public education and publicity and to expand the labeling system and to promote the replacement of water pipes and the repair of them, such that we can greatly save our water resources. For the public, in Tseung Kwan O, we would study the feasibility of desalination plant. The final aspect is a safe city. Anti-flood measures have been adopted to a great extent. Last year on the island and in Lai Chi Kok, a very long sewage and stormwater drain had been constructed. And for anti-flood and slope safety, we've also adopted certain measures. As for lifts and escalators, the lifts and escalator ordinance, the major provisions of the ordinance were launched in December last year. So much for my presentation. Questions from members are welcome. Members, any questions? Due to time constraint and many members would like to ask questions, I suggest initially we'll give 3 minutes to each member. All right, 4 minutes. All right, 4 minutes. Yes, you can bargain. Dennis Chan, Chan Chi-chun, Dr. Kwok Ka-ki, Wong Kwok Heng, Chan Hak-kan, Chan Kam-lam, Chan Hang-pan, Albert Chan, Alice Mack, Lam Chi-chung, Ip Kok-him, Chan Yun-han, Tony Dare, Sid Ho. I think 14 of them. And Claudia Mo? All right, 15. 16? All right, 16. 4 minutes each. Over an hour. All right. Dennis Chan. Well, Kenneth Chan. May I ask about paragraph 6 of the paper in relation to the development restriction on the mid-levels and Pak Pho Lan? The CE said that he would study whether or not those restrictions could be relaxed. I dug up the Transport Department's traffic study on the mid-levels. The report was very clear. After the commissioning of the West Island line, they would review what the situation would be. Now, before that review, it is impossible to withdraw or relax the restrictions. So if the government is to actively study the feasibility of relaxing the restrictions on the mid-levels, I'd like to know on what basis or on what data the administration is proposing that move. The Transport Department's report is about the mid-levels only, nothing to do with Pak Pho Lan. So what about the development restriction on Pak Pho Lan? To what extent will that be relaxed? For the mid-levels, at least after the commissioning of the WIL, there's a new reason or some new data for relaxation. But what about Pak Pho Lan? how can the administration say that the traffic volume would be tolerable? And what about premium payment? Well, after relaxing the restriction, the developers will be able to build more floor space, so should they be asked to pay additional premium? If all the developers join hands in opposing you, you'll be in trouble. Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Chan for his question. As I said, the Transport and Housing Bureau is actively studying the issue. Mr. Chan mentioned Pak Fu Lam. If I remember correctly, the extent of the restrictions had been gazetted. And of course, Wai Fu Estate is included as well. We consider that WIL and South Island Line will also be commissioned. In fact, the administrative measure has been put in place for quite some time. In the interim, our infrastructure portfolio has undergone major changes. For Pak Fu Lam, we consider certain sites are suitable for the development of public housing. We're in the stage of research. So at this stage, we cannot disclose too many details. When the Transport and Housing Bureau has released its report, I believe we'll be able to provide some of the data that you asked for.
And just to supplement, as we are considering relaxing or lifting the administrative moratorium, that doesn't mean that the applications would be approved for sure. When a developer carries out a redevelopment project, the developer is required to submit their application for planning approval. So this will act as the gatekeeper. A traffic impact assessment will have to be carried out. As for premium payment, that depends on the lease. When lease modification is required and premium payment is required, then under the existing policy, the developer is required to pay the full premium. Mr. Chen Chi-shun, I'd like to ask about the Northeast New Territories and new development areas. Well, this is a very important project with profound impact on the future development of Hong Kong. However, in the policy address, there is only a very short paragraph. And even if in this paper, we don't see a much longer paragraph. Well, for example, among the 533 hectares of land, only 150 hectares of land are available for residential development, providing some 58,000 flats. Well, according to the paper, it's said that the figures can be adjusted so that the first batch of units won't come into the picture until 2023, and we're talking about over 20,000 units. I'm asking when these flats will be completed. Mr. Ziwai Leung already said that this figure is not included in the production target of 100,000 units in 5 years. And there were a lot of consultation forums. The Secretary, Mr. Paul Chan, was not in Hong Kong, and there was a unanimous view that the consultations were not done appropriately. So the Bureau should learn from this lesson, or you won't be able to move an inch in the future. Of course, we're asking for the plan to be shelved, for a new round of consultation to be carried out, but definitely you're going to reject this suggestion. But you're going to face a lot of opposition in the community. So my question is whether you have a plan B or a plan C. I think that from a practical point of view, the administration should think about alternative plans. for the coming years, you're going to provide 27,000 units. And I'm asking whether we have better alternatives that can be implemented. Now, the other question is about Hong Kong property for Hong Kong people. The paper says it should be done on an appropriate scale. But are we talking about selling out Hong Kong? And for the allegations like selling Hong Kong for the wealthy mainlanders to benefit, well, all these problems are dodged. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for the for the questions. Now, we're not trying to shun the issues by not citing long paragraphs about NENT, NDAs in the paper. As we've said many times, we don't want the whole paper to be too lengthy. That's why we've only chosen 2 paragraphs to be included in the paper. Now, based on the views collected during the consultation period, we're still conducting technical feasibility studies, and there are more than one solution proposed. And before deciding the way forward, I'm sorry to say that we cannot announce the data or release the data at the moment. But let me reassure Mr. Chen. In future, for the units and the GFA available in this project, once completed, this will definitely be increased because we're considering increasing the plot ratio. On the other hand, for the private-public housing mix, definitely the ratio will increase from 50% because we see a greater need for public housing. But studies are necessary. Thirdly, well, people may have an impression that this is a low-density development, but in fact, in the 3 different areas, some of them have poor transportation network. It's difficult to have large-scale development there. So we need to have a comprehensive review, not only on the development density, but also on the supporting transportation network. As for Hong Kong property for Hong Kong people, as explained before, 2 Kai-Tak sites in the land sale program in the coming quarters will be included in this initiative. Well, you ask you ask when the units will be completed. Actually, they will be completed in phases. And we're talking about some 10 years away from the full completion. And there might be market fluctuations. So it's a bit irresponsible if we set a hard and fast policy of Hong Kong property for Hong Kong people. Be it PRH housing or HOS housing, the rule is that it's for Hong Kong people. In terms of planning, we will try to produce more mass market flats. Now, for the policy of Hong Kong, for this NDA proposal, definitely is a project for the Hong Kong people. Dr. Kwok Ka-ki, Mr. Siwa Leung said that last week said that Hong Kong is hilly and surrounded by deep waters, and land is a scarce resource, and so on and so forth. But, well, he seems to be making a lot of hot air, but he's incompetent in doing anything. Now developers are saving up their flats. They're refusing to make the flats available for sale. Well, Secretary, you are good at citing figures. Now, for example, the land for small houses, is it really the case that land should be reserved for small house or indigenous development? What has the administration done? As for land supply, you're asking people to live in subdivided flats or sleep in the street under the footbridge for 10 more years, because the production target is no different than that of the previous government. We have more than 30 sites on the application list, and many of them are not triggered by developers. Please tell us why these sites cannot be used immediately for PRH or HOS development, because they can help people with present needs in Hong Kong. And also, for the 2,000 hectares of land in Hong Kong, please stop playing tricks. Please return them to Hong Kong. Thank you, Dr. Kwok, for your question. Small houses, as we explained many times, the land is zoned for village-type developments, and these sites are scattered in various areas in the new territories. There are over 700 recognized villages in Hong Kong. So, of course, the small house development depends on the locations as well as the size of the sites. As these sites are scattered all over the new territories, if we're to carry out large-scale development, infrastructure and supporting structure is required. We agree that there should be a review for small house policy, but it's a complicated issue. Time is required. We cannot conduct a review before we launch any new initiatives. It's time for us to give a start to new initiatives and policies, because we all understand that we're short of land supply. As for the 30 sites or so on the application list, on the quarterly land sale program and also the land sale program that we have announced, only 23 sites are left on the list. And some of the sites are actually quite small. No more than 60 units can be produced from any of these sites, I can say this. And that is why these sites have been put on the application list for quite a long time, and no one has yet triggered the sale of these sites. That's because the sale is quite difficult. And in terms of economic efficiency or cost effectiveness, these sites are not cost effective. Of course, we attach importance to housing needs, but at the same time, as apart from need for public housing, we also need to consider the need for private housing. Well, there is a keen demand for Greenville Villa. The application or the subscription actually has been oversubscribed for 44 times. Over the past 2 years, for railway development projects and land sale programs, etc., altogether we were able to provide 20,000 units or so. And in the coming year, this will also be the target in terms of private units available in the market. We try our best to strike a balance between the supply of private and public housing units. Mr. Wong Kok Heng. Thank you, Chairman. I have 2 questions for Secretary. A few days ago, as Chairman of the Housing Panel, I also chaired the questions and answer session concerning the policy initiatives of the policy address. Members all wanted to increase PRH reduction. And the crux of the matter was whether land is available. If the administration maintains the PRH reduction target at 75,000, which is the same as the target in the last term of government, the only difference being that the production will be pushed forward, will more land be allocated to THB for PRH reduction? Now, following that, the production target will be 20,000, but my first question is whether land will be made available for PRH reduction. Because when we ask about PRH housing units, they say that land is needed. So my question for Secretary is whether land will be made available for PRH reduction. The second question, according to the administration, the policy is that the annual number of units is 5,000 units for HOS production. So setting aside PRH reduction or private development, because it's out of your control, the developer may bid for a site, but then they might not start development right away. So, and you need to increase supply to address the demand. So, Secretary, can you give me this answer? can you, first of all, increase land for PRH production, and second, increase land supply for HOS production? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Wong, for your questions. Mr. Wong, I can reassure you that in terms of land and planning, our colleagues from these departments attach great importance to land supply to meet housing demand. In the 5 years following 2017-18, the housing production target will be 100,000. That's the pledge of the Chief Executive, and we are looking for sites. Apart from public rental housing, home ownership scheme flats is also a focus, and we'll continue our effort. Chairman, I believe Mr. Chen will continue to make the best effort, but we are asking for quantifiable targets, because for the first 5 years, the target will remain at 75,000. So can you provide more land so that PRH production can increase to more than 75,000 in the coming 5 years? Mr. Wong, for public rental housing, even if I have a formed site that can be available for PRH production, for the superstructure, it may take at least, say, 3 or 5 years. So from the time when the site is handed over to the PRH production is completed, a long time may be required. That is why, in the policy address, the Chief Executive has put forward the PRH production target. It is not very satisfactory to a lot of people, but there are constraints, as mentioned. As for the 10 short, medium, and long-term measures, that means we will continue to identify sites that are suitable for public rental housing development. And when we identify these sites, these will be passed over to the Housing Authority for production. We cannot guarantee on any arbitrary figures, but we will continue to make our best effort. I recall that you asked questions at the Housing Panel and the Development Panel on whether sites on the application list can be made available for PRH reduction. We did go back and consider this suggestion. As mentioned earlier, one Changan-O site would be allocated for HOS production. We understand that housing is of paramount importance to Hong Kong people, be it PRH or HOS flats. Will continue to make our best effort. Mr. Chen Hai-ken. Thank you, Chairman. Well, we understand that the government is striving to identify sites for housing production. Now, we see that from the policy initiatives, some green belt sites will be rezoned for housing development. Secretary. How many greenbelt sites are there in Hong Kong which you think is suitable for housing development? And when you make this decision, are there any ways to avoid the problems? Because greenbelt zones now act as the buffer in urban areas. So for some country park land and land with ecological value, how can you ensure that the ecological value will not be affected? Second point, in fact, we see that there are quite a lot of vacant units in the market, and according to media reports, over 1,000 units have been left idle for 4 to 5 years, and they are not yet sold. So if this situation continues, it's futile for the administration to continue to look for more land. So apart from considering the idle property tax, will you come up with new ideas? For example, on completion of the development, the developer is required to sell the flats. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chan, for your questions. For the green belt zones mentioned in the policy address, when we review whether these sites are suitable for housing development, we are talking about the vegetated, deserted or formed land. If they are of ecological value, definitely we are not going to touch those sites. Now, so far, our colleagues have been able to identify 57 hectares of land, and these can be made available by 2017 for a production of over 10,000 units. And the review will be conducted in the middle of this year. As for the second question on vacant flats, over the past few days, there have been a lot of discussions in the community and also discussions in the media. Well, there are two types of vacant flats. The first type is the flats that have been left idle by purchasers after they purchased the flats from developers. These might be due to a number of reasons. For example, it's the window period between two tenancy agreements, or perhaps the purchaser has gone to mainland for work. The other type is flats not yet sold by developers, and we're looking into this situation. Now, we are aware of this issue. We're going to look into this issue, but so far this is not what we have in mind. When an application for lease modification is lodged with the Lands Department, a time limit is imposed on the application, stipulating when the development should be completed. So for the figures that we have at hand so far, this situation is on a case-by-case basis, but we are looking into this situation.
Chen Kan-lam, Mr. Chairman, on the GIC land usage, we know that there is pressing needs for housing, and it is perhaps more urgent than other infrastructural needs. But on the other hand, for this community infrastructural sites where they are used for housing, then the sites are no longer available for community facilities and infrastructure, and there are some worries there. I heard from the Secretary saying that there is no conflict between the two. I would like to know from the Secretary how you balance the development of this. How do you balance between community facilities and infrastructure need and housing need? For example, I would like to raise the Kuntong example where there are 3 sites which are very typical. I would like you to go back and look at how you will deal with these 3 sites. One in Wai-chuen. It was reserved for car parking. Now the site is to be reallocated for housing usage, but there are only 100 parking spaces, which is highly insufficient. As you know, Wai-chuen is a tourist site, and there is only this spot which is for parking usage. And the parking fee now is like the seafood sold in Wai-chuen. It's very high and is rising. And it is totally insufficient to have only 100 parking spaces. Well, some district councillors say 500 parking spaces would be sufficient, but I would say, to be practical, 250 would suffice. But Mr. Chen Chung-ching, when he went to the district council, said that only 100 or 130. Now, I'd like to know how you balance that. Another site is in Yau Tong. The original usage was for healthcare. But if this site is used for housing, it would be very difficult for us to find another site in the area for healthcare purpose. But of course, you can say that we will find another site somewhere else. But we would question why the other site cannot be used for housing. Why do you have to build on this site? The third site is in San Choi. There are 2 sites there for school usage. In fact, there are 7 vacant schools in the Kuntong area. Why do you have to allocate so many sites for school building? Now, if you want to build housing there, we have no objections. My question is how you balance between the demand for housing and for community needs. It is very true and real and urgent, the demand and the shortfall of facilities we are meeting in the districts, especially in face of aging population. Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Chan. For the GIC land usage to reallocate for housing purpose, we will be going to the districts and we will be consulting the relevant persons and bodies, including the district council. And each of the sites would be different, of course. Sometimes for pre-allocated GIC sites may not be necessary anymore. For example, in the San Choi area, the site used or allocated for schools, that would be more straightforward. As for healthcare facilities, in fact, there are some guidelines within our development department, and in fact, internally, we have to consult the other bureaus and departments, and if we need to use the site for another usage, we will have to find a site to make good. So for the original purpose. For example, if there are sites which can be used for housing and the remaining sites can be used for community services, we may actually put some of the community services into the same site, into one site. That's one way of dealing with it. Well, I thank you for the question. We are very aware of this need for balance and we'll try our best to respond to it. But there are some specific districts which are a bit overboard, and I will have to say that we really cannot satisfy those demands, and there are those cases. As for the parking spaces, I will definitely go back and look into it. Chan Lambang and then Chan Wai-yip. I see that the caves and the cabins have also been mentioned in the policy address, and there are a lot of successful cases as well. I have this expectation, and that is for the Qingyi West oil storage, that can be moved into the caverns, and therefore the site can be vacated for other purposes. Will you consider that? And that is the oil storage be put into the or moved into the caverns. Now also for the Qingyi West land, there is a need for reclamation, it was mentioned. However, that will take a very long time. And therefore, I have this new proposal, and that is for the people on location in Qingyi, we have come up with a plan, and one of which is to relocate the oil storage into the cavern and also to enhance the transportation network. And immediately we will have 83 hectares of land, new land. And also we would want to develop Qingyi into a bridgehead economy, which would in fact connect up with the Tongchong area in its developments. Would you consider this proposal of ours rather than to reclaim land, which will take a long time, rather to make use of existing sites? Now, third question concerning providing more land and sites. In the policy address, it says that some of the sites will have to be denser and high in plot ratio, but I would like the government not to go overboard because there have been those screen buildings, and that had been a problem. And we certainly do not want to create further problems and controversies because of that. Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Chairman. Concerning density, increased density, we will approach with care, because as we increase the density, we will of course have to abide by the guidelines in the overall development policy. Of course, we will look into the plot ratio and also whether there be these screen buildings, etc. We will definitely not create the situation that you have mentioned just now. As for the Qingyi proposal of yours, as a member of the government, of course, we very much pay attention and focus on proposals of LegCo members, but at this point, I cannot give you a definitive answer as to yay or nay. Our colleagues will have to make some studies into the proposal before we can have any response. We will have to get to know the situation more closely before we can come back with a response. As for the caverns in the, well, actually for the Sha Tin sewage will be processing, that will be moved to or relocated to caverns. And there are other facilities, but the sites on which these facilities stand are small, 2 to 3 hectares, and we will do work on them, but the sites vacated will be small in area, but they will be supplementary sites. We will be working on them. But there is one area which is of long-term significance, and that is how do we use our underground space? Can we use the space more efficiently? And definitely within my department, we'll be looking into this. Mr. Mack. Yes, Mr. Chairman, concerning housing demand and land planning and development and the relationship between the two. 15,000 was mentioned, and also 20,000 for until 2023, up to 2023. Now, it was mentioned per year 35,000 units would be constructed in his platform, but we know that 15,000 units is actually not sufficient. And the previous CEO, Mr. Zhang, focused only on his own corruptive behavior rather than to focus on the housing needs of the people. My question is that according to the government figures, there will be 7.78 million population by 2025, which is 0.78 million more in terms of population. I'm sorry, Chairman, I'm not in form today because of the flu. Now, there would be 110,000 families who are in the backlog lining up to go to find the to be housed. So this will exceed 5 years of waiting. So that is to say you will need in 10 years' time 400,000 units of PRH. But that would take into account the existing unmet demand as well as future demand. Now, that would be 200,000 units. Tianshui is about 100,000 hectares, and that would be, in terms of units, 40 to 50,000. Because if you look around, you would not be able to find 4 to 5 Tianshuis. That is to say, you cannot look for small sites, but rather you have to develop new satellite towns. Tunmun is already housing 600,000 people or so. So you have to find these major developments in order to house the people we have. Now, in the past decades, we have been able to reclaim lands, etc. We had a grand plan. We had a blueprint, how can you find the sites for 4 to 5 new towns now? Well, you don't go by piecemeal method. Here you cancel the plan for a school, there cancel the plan for a hospital, and you come up with these tiny sites. This will not help at all, and it will only attract criticisms. Well, when you first entered into the trade, can you not learn from the existing people, the masters, and learn from them as to how to develop the sites of Hong Kong? Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. In fact, in order to solve the housing problem of Hong Kong in the long run, we need big strokes in our actions. It is true. But in view of the housing problem that we are meeting with now, we need short, medium, and long-term solutions. And definitely, short to medium-term solutions do not solve the long-term housing problem. And that is exactly why in the policy address, there is mention of reclamation of land as well as new towns development. Well, Mr. Chairman, hold on. Let's say Sam Chang reclamation. That would only provide 1,000 to 2,000 units, but Cheung Kwan O and Tuen Mun would be about tens of thousands of housing for tens of thousands of people. So we have to address the housing shortfall and the demand, and we're talking about 2023, and there will be 400,000 units in short. So do you agree with that or do not agree with that, and how do you deal with that? Well, in the policy address, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't mean that that number is sufficient in handling or dealing with the housing problem. It is just that with the existing sites we have, that is what we... Well, hold on, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps not in the next 5 years, no new towns can be built, but what about the next 10 years? How can that be true? Well, Mr. Chairman, if we're talking about new territories, east, new territories, in the next 10 years, of course, we can provide new towns. But as for housing need, as we all understand, in the long term, the housing panel will have a proposal in the middle of this year, and there will be some very specific figures mentioned there. Wai-chuen, thank you. Para 11 of the document concerning the reclamation in the Qingyi Southwest. I do not know, because as long as I know, Qingyi Southwest is occupied by piers, oil storage, etc. Actually, these will have to be relocated. At the end of the 80s, Qingyi Southwest, according to the government plan, was to be a heavy industry area, and therefore it housed those sites. And the northeast was for residential sites or area, and therefore there was this hill between them to segregate the two areas. But now it seems that the government is going back on its word and saying that the Southwest be built into or developed into a residential site. Well, when I was a student, he was the Wai-chuen, the officer responsible for the development of Wai-chuen area, and we know how difficult it was to move the oil storage and the facilities, moving it to Qingyi. I can see that this is not a short-term solution. This is not the way for short-term provision of land. What I would like to see is that Qingyi be planned and overhauled in the planning. Should we still go along the lines of the 1980s planning, which is to segregate Qingyi into two parts, as mentioned before? And also, Tung Chung development had been discussed for a long time, and also the airport area as well. Tung Chung development will bring on employment opportunities, and there's been a lot of development about piers, along the airport man-made island. But it's been going on for very long, but there's not been any employment created. The Yatongjin and Tongchong area had been looking for an MTR station built there in vain. Now, these are possible short-term developments, 24 to 26 and 83 to 89, these paragraphs in the paper. I'm very happy to see that there is training of especially young people into the development and the construction industry. But in paragraph 89, it says that there will be some very proactive measures in order to meet this need. I hear, however, in the community that has been talk of importing labor from overseas. I would like to know that this does not include importing of labor, because we have over 10,000 unemployed as it is in the industry. Now, as for Qingyi Southwest, this is a long-term land supply solution. As for Tongchong, in the paper, when we talk about the development of the new town in Tongchong area, we are thinking about the Guangdong-Zhuhai-Hong Kong bridge, and that would be the landing point, and also the Hengqian, and also the bridge. That will be an area of development and prosperity. So we believe that it is appropriate in creating employment opportunities in this area mentioned. And in fact, in a previous session at the LegCo, and I have also explained that about our policy and our approach. And concerning import of labor, I have made it clear that it does not include, there is no consideration of import of labor. We will import only where we do not have the skills locally, and also we will have training and for the manpower involved. Concerning the land sites for housing development, I'm concerned about the West Rail housing development. Now, I'm looking at
from Chunmun to Nanchang. As for superstructure projects, we have over 22,000 units. Of course, we've already signed agreements and contracts with some of the developers. But for Tin Shui Wai, Long Ping, Kamshang Road and Pat Hung Depot, you don't yet have any contracts. Apparently, the administration has not announced whether or not PRH units will be built and whether or not HOS units will be built. If these are to be built, there are two bigger sites, Kamshang Road and Pat Hung Depot, altogether providing 33 hectares of land. Given that ratio, I can say that if we take the plot ratio to be 5, if these two sites, that is Kamshang Road plus Pat Hung Depot, will be able to provide over 30,000 units at 500 square feet per unit. Even if part of them are to be HOS units, we still have over 10,000 units. However, in the policy address, only a few thousand units are mentioned. So, can we make full use of our land? The crucial element is the administration's attitude. If these sites are to be used for private development, I do not know whether the administration has internally decided on which developers will be involved. If that's not the case, I hope that you can do it afresh. So question 1 for the Bureau. In the process, will you explain the details further to the panel? Secondly, will you consult the district councils again? As far as I know, district councillors concerned will not oppose the construction of building blocks of a higher building density, but it seems that that's not the thought of the government. Secretary, for Tin Shui Wai, Kam Sheung Road and Pat Hung, as far as I know, in the original plan, they're for private housing. As for the superstructure in Tin Shui Wai, we've commissioned the MTRCL to do it, and tendering will be conducted. The developers will express their intent, and the next step will be tendering. As for the 110 hectares just outside Kam Sheung Road and Pat Hung, as mentioned in the policy address, for the time being we don't have any planning decision. The question is whether or not public housing and HOS can be built there. Well, we can consider that possibility. We've actually, when we ask our planning department colleagues to do the study, we'll ask them to include the possibility of public housing. Well, for the superstructure in Tin Shui Wai, the housing department was consulting us on the construction of HOS flats. Oh, we're talking about the other side of the site. Mr. Ip Kok Him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to follow up on the issue of plot ratio. Just now, Mr. Leung Chi-chung asked about Kam Sheung Road and Pat Hung. You have 33 hectares there. Paragraph 55 of your paper mentions that there will be 8,700 units. So it's 260 units if you do your calculation by hectare. And then paragraphs 52 to 53 mention that you may convert GIC sites for housing purpose, and 404 units can be built. So how will you decide on your plot ratio? Because in that area, land is scarce. Another question about plot ratio. Just now, our colleagues asked about the mid-levels and Pok Fu Lam and the lifting of the moratorium. For the mid-levels, well, if you're talking about Central and Western District, I'm a Central and Western District councillor. I believe your development will focus in Pok Fu Lam because there's more space in Pok Fu Lam. And there's this traffic issue. I heard that you say that a TIA has to be conducted. So you do have some assumptions for the relaxation. So to what extent will you relax the building density? Southern District councillors and Central and Western District councillors are very concerned about the issue. Another question is, during the last term of the SARG, the Development Bureau had launched this Operation Building Bright program, which was to be a one-off exercise. Now, that program has benefited local communities. What about those who fail to catch the last train? Will you consider reviving the program to address the needs of those who need to repair their housing units? I'd like to thank Mr. Ip Kok Him for his questions. The plot ratio varies from site to site. We have to consider the infrastructure as well as the environment in the area concerned. The CE asked our departments to study those sites that have not yet been sold. We're asked to review their plot ratio. You mentioned the 33 hectares in Kamshang Road. In the next stage, we'll also look into the plot ratio issue. Recently, it's reported in the newspapers that at the end of last week in Changguan-o, we had 4 sites modified under Section 16 of the Town Planning Ordinance. We've got approval from Town Planning Board. The number of units to be built will be increased from 2,800 to 3,200. So on different sites, we'll do the same. Secondly, for the administrative measure imposed on Pok Fu Lam, well, the moratorium is not to be lifted on a one-off basis. That is, it's not true that we'll grant approval for each and every applicant. EIA and TIA must be conducted first. And when we consider relaxing the restrictions, we have to look at all factors concerned, including traffic and transport. As I said, eventually when we have a final decision, I believe the Transport and Housing Bureau will explain the details to you. As for Operation Building Bright, I'll go back and look into it. Well, can you clarify? You focus on Pok Fu Lam rather than the mid-levels, which is quite congested already. Well, we'll look at both areas. We have already noted members' concerns. For the mid-levels, apart from traffic and transport, we have to look into geology because of the slopes there. Mr. Tony Tse not here? Mr. Chairman, to satisfy all sorts of development needs, is essential to provide sufficient land. The policy address does mention medium and long-term measures. For short-term measures, Secretary, in paragraph 4 and 10 of your paper, you mention how vetting procedures can be expedited. In the past, the administration was actually its own stumbling block in those procedures. And for land sales, there were to be comprehensive developments. In fact, the administration has been setting hurdles for itself. As for the completion date, can you advance it? Because there are just too many vetting procedures, so you had not been able to expedite the process. So I hope that you can expedite your vetting process so that you can compress the timetable and developers will be able to complete their units earlier. Well, this is something internal for the administration. As for CDAs, I understand that usually you have 130 to 140 at the same time. Because if you are talking about 30 to 40, on the average, it will give you a total of about 400 hectares. And land titles should be considered by the URA. The URA can interfere or intervene or participate in the process as necessary. As for GIC sites, apart from land use modification, I'm pleased to hear the suggestion of changing the development density. Land uses can be combined to make full use of our land resources. And then in Hong Kong, we have some military sites. In the past, the British troops had been declining in number during the British colonial era. Well, that happened in the Admiralty area. Since we're so short of land for development, the Secretary can look into that. Another issue is the cooperative housing schemes of civil servants. Many of those sites are in urban areas, and many civil servants have retired. Those building blocks have been well maintained, but they're old and usually without lifts. Can you consider using those sites as well? Now, for deed modification, you need to go through 2 steps. Land developers have less interest in them. Now, one example was Belcher Garden. So it's better for the administration to do it. Maybe you can consider compensation. Understand that many civil servants would like to improve their living environment. In Shamshui, Po Hong Hom, and even Shao Kei Wan, there are such sites which are very near to PRH estates. Well, I think relatively you encounter less opposition. I believe departments concerned should look into that. Well, I don't have enough time. I'm just suggesting something. Hygiene and health are also their concerns. So I'd like to see short-term improvements in the short term. Secretary? Well, for cooperative housing schemes of civil servants, tomorrow we'll have to answer an oral question, so I'll defer my answers till then. For CDAs, I'll go back and ask my colleagues to look into this dedicated issue. The construction industry also raised the same concerns, so I'll see where we can do something. As for compressing the timetable, we've already done something, and we're continuing with our effort. Of course, there's still room for improvement. We've streamlined the vetting procedure for pre-sales. Our lands department colleagues will see what more improvement can be made. Thank you. Sito, and then Ms. Claudia Mo. Thank you, Chairman. In fact, development projects should have objectives. They are for people, not for construction. We have 7 million people. Housing is a pressing need. But then we don't have a demographic policy. Do we know where the demands are? We're talking about 8 hectares of reclamation, 2,000 to 3,000 hectares of artificial islands. In Hong Kong, we only have about 270 square kilometers of usable land. So 2,600 hectares will amount to 10% of the total amount of disposable land. So for how many people are we planning? What will our population be in the end? If we do not ask for a final say on the number of immigrants to be allowed in Hong Kong, if we don't ask the CPG for this, we don't know for how many people we are planning. Are we providing more land for land developers to speculate on the property market by these reclamation projects and artificial islands? I want an answer from the Secretary. In the short and medium term, you should focus on the provision of housing units of a restricted size. And for every resident, transport, education, health, leisure and culture, green belts, etc., should be calculated on top of the living space per person. Now that calculation should be done. Even for PRH tenants, they are given 5.5 square meters each. Well, when I heard the CE's policy address, when I heard 2,000 odd hectares of reclamation, I said, is he crazy? So, for how many people, for what size of a population are we planning? Now, the CE asked you to find land, but for how many people? And then, what's the basic living space per person? What about the other living conditions? How much space will those take up? Secretary, I'd like to thank Ms. Sito for her questions. Yes, demographic policy is a very important issue. At the moment, Mrs. Carrie Lam, the Chief Secretary for Administration, is steering a steering committee on population, and they've already started work. For housing supply, even while we're awaiting their report, in the short and medium term, we're already facing a very serious problem. So you see in the policy address a series of short and medium measures. The vision in the policy address is that if we are to improve our living space, we do need long-term initiatives to provide much more space for our people. For housing units of a restricted size, in recent times we've set a limit to the size of each unit, or a limit to the number of units to be built in a particular housing project, so that we know how many small and medium units we're going to provide. But we cannot just build small and medium flats. Some households would like to change to larger flats, given the growth of the household size as well as offsprings getting married, etc. So you can see that in Cheung Kwan O, in recent land sales, we had restricted the size of the flats. But in Tau To Shan, we won't restrict the size of the housing blocks.
Now, as far as the policy objectives are concerned, we serve the people of Hong Kong, and our policies are for Hong Kong people. So in the coming days, the supply of small to medium flats is the focus. So please provide the figures to us afterwards. That is, over the past 2 years for the sites sold, which of them have flat number and flat size restriction. Next, Ms. Claudia Mo. When you talk about imminent problems in Ma Tau Wai the area, it's the area where the frail and the poor live, and they're happy for the property to be redeveloped. And they have already secured a pledge from the administration for redevelopment. But now, a lot of red tapes are getting in the way. They want to expedite the progress, of course. The second point, the question is as follows. Lama Quarry, it seems that you have a very specific plan, but Wai-chuen members have received comments from an ecologist living on the island, saying that planning should be done for the whole of the Lama Island instead of the former Lama Quarry, because we see that according to the proposal, you have luxurious homes, and it's also going to be a tourism spot. But according to this ecologist, we can follow the eco project in Britain, and that is in Cornwall. Maybe this proposal can also be considered. The third point is that a long time ago, Mr. Lam Hang-chi in Economic Journal asked this question, and I also asked the government officials in the Development Bureau, and that is whether it's possible to remove or remove part of a mountain, say to remove part of the Lion Rock a mountain. Well, of course, when we talk about developing a small bit of the country park, we're not talking about removing the whole of country park. Well, say for example, for Rockhaven development, well, you go through a lot of works and all you get is 6 hectares of land. So will you consider these ideas? For the 13 streets in Mount Hawaii, I will follow up on your proposal. As said before, this is a priority project under our existing policy. For Malama Island Quarry, we have reached a stage of consultation. Several proposals have been floated. Some proposals contain a higher rate of flag production. All right, Secretary, you don't need to repeat them. I have read your papers. Will you consider doing something like an eco-project? For the views collected during the consultation period, we will definitely consider them very seriously. So thank you for your suggestion. I'll also follow up on this suggestion with my colleagues. As for demolishing part of the mountain or hills, if the gradient is over 20 degrees, we will not consider implementing this project because of cost effectiveness. But whether the lines should be drawn at 20 degrees gradient, whether flexibility can be allowed, this is the commonly adopted criteria in different places. In Hong Kong, where land resource is scarce, this criterion may not be applicable, so I can look into this suggestion again. Yes, anything to supplement? Reclamation and removing part of the hillside, etc. Well, we need support from the community. As for the Lion Rock suggestion, I need to look into that. As for the deserted and devegetated green belt areas, well, perhaps these sites are already located at the foot of the hill. Do I still have time? No, you've overrun. Mr. Lo Kwok-wai. Mr. Lo Wai-kwok. Chairman, housing is the most pressing problem facing Hong Kong, so the policy address this year has focused on housing, and the government has introduced 10 measures, including reclamation and developing new towns. However, to realize these blueprints, infrastructure projects are necessary. In fact, the policy address has barely touched upon infrastructure projects. This policy address contains 200 paragraphs. It's already lengthy enough. It may not have enough space to touch upon infrastructure. But in the Development Bureau's paper, yes, there is a chapter on developing infrastructure for economic development, for economic growth. I think the engineering industry and the community would like to see a long-term planning for infrastructure development. We need a healthy and balanced long-term development, not only because engineering is a very important area as far as economic activities in Hong Kong are concerned. If we are to implement the Chief Executive long-term blueprint, we need to have long-term planning for infrastructure. The last term of government proposed a number of major infrastructure projects. And in fact, in the near future, 56% of the expenditure on infrastructure projects are coming from the expenditure on 10 infrastructure projects. Yes, there may be changes in the long term, but as far as the long-term healthy development in Hong Kong, we need to do something in this area. I don't know when the administration and the team could come up with this long-term plan for us to see. Next, also on infrastructure development, under point C, a strategic review will be conducted on the procurement system for public works projects. Now, engineering is very important to the economy of Hong Kong, and in order to safeguard a healthy and long-term development, we will consider reviewing the tendering system so that the sector and also smaller companies can take part in a fair and a healthy tendering process. Well, thank you for the question. May I invite Mr. Chang, Permanent Secretary, to reply to this question? I think basically there are two questions as far as infrastructure is concerned. One is connectivity with the outside, and one is the internal infrastructure. And as far as external connections concerned, we have long-term planning for internal infrastructure. Some are already underway, some are in the pipeline, and the sector, we think that the sector should get a better understanding of the long-term planning, and that's why we have cooperated with the CIC, Construction Industry Council, on the long-term long-term planning on the expenditure on public works. And we have also obtained information from the private sector on this area, and the information is then released by the CIC to the private sector. The information will help the sector in its healthy development and business planning. As for procurement system, yes, the member is right to point this out. There should be opportunities for large as well as small companies in joining the tendering process. So we have reviewed the criterion for large or small contractors in participating in public works projects, so that more small to medium-sized contractors can take part in the projects. Next member. Now, on the whole, despite the promise to increase land supply for HOS development, I have strong views on what was said in the policy address last week. Now, one problem is the lack of short-term measures to increase land supply for HOS development. Now, the media asked the chief executive to put his hand on his heart to make a number of promises, but in fact the chief executive was being indifferent when he introduced his policies. For example, for the NEND NDAs, the people's homes were destroyed as a result of the proposed development, and he was just indifferent, because next to people's homes there was already a golf course available for development, and yet the administration said that there was a lack of infrastructure support. This sparked conflict between different classes in the society, and there is a lack of agricultural policy in Hong Kong. There is a lack of population policy, which is which can form a very solid basis for housing planning, and there is a lack of initiatives on the redevelopment or revitalization of industrial buildings, and there is no tooth in combating the problem of developers saving up flats for sale. The administration has not come up with any timetable on undeveloped land or let alone small land preserved for small house development. In fact, a lot of land can be released for the government to build a lot of houses without the need to develop the NENT NDA. Now, according to paragraph 2 of your paper, you only say that you want to create a safe and quality city. But how should we do that? Is Hong Kong going to be developed into a big supermarket or big shopping mall for the 1.3 billion population elsewhere? Should we waste our valuable resources on these areas? This is the impression that people are getting from the chief executive. This is what he's trying to do. Thank you, Mr. Gary Fan, for your question. Now, my observation is different from yours as far as the chief executive is concerned. He is diligent, he is hardworking, and he is attaching importance to people's needs. Mrs. Carrie Lam, the chief executive, is chairing the steering committee on population policy. In due course, a report will be prepared and announced. As for the 800 hectares of deserted or devegetated agricultural land or industrial land, in my blog last Sunday, I wrote an article on this area. Be it Hung Shui Kiu NDA, which comprises 200 hectares of land, or the previous reviews of greenbelt zones and industrial zone sites. These are included. Now, for these hinterland areas, now they might be used for temporary storage or backup uses of the logistics industry. We must provide suitable locations for these operations, and among these sites, some people are actually living in them, and there is the problem of demolition and clearance and rehousing. All of these have been highlighted by our colleagues, and we will continue to make effort. But, Secretary, can you give us a clear timetable? You say that you're going to study into the development of a desalination plant, and there is a timetable for that, 2 years. For Hung Shui Kiu, it involves 200 hectares in the Midland area, and the consultation will commence towards the end of the second quarter of this year. As for the second round consultation on the review of greenbelt and industrial sites, this will be launched this year. What about golf courses and private clubs? Any policy from the government? Well, these policies are under the purview of the Home Affairs Bureau. I'm not shunning my responsibility, but this is not the policy under the purview of the Development Bureau. Well, we are very keen to discuss this item. We have many members on this panel, and there are a lot of questions. So let me read out the names: James To, Priscilla Lam, Leung Pok Hong, James Tin, Michael Tin, Anne Chang, James Tin, and Alan Leung. Any more? Hu Chi Wai. So 8 members in the queue. Now, we've spent over an hour on this item, and we're getting a bit anxious. So please be precise. So please ask your question very clearly and try your best to be brief and concise. And that applies to the answers as well. Mr. James To, followed by Dr. Priscilla Leung. Just now, Mr. Albert Chan spoke quite loudly, but actually he spoke with reasons. Now, in the long run, there must be some large-scale planning. If you do things in drips and drabs, you will not be able to come up with any long-term planning. I don't know, apart from NENT, what other large-scale development projects have you in mind? Because for NENT, it's not a really large-scale project. I don't know whether you are considering the Northland Tau and the reclamation project there. So and so hectares of land can be reclaimed, but still you need to come up with larger projects. For smaller projects, well, I said this to the department, to the Director of Housing, now about developers saving up flats. or withholding flats for sale in the market. In 1997, conditions were imposed by the government on the lease, and that is apart from stipulating the date of completion. The number of flats to be made available for sale was also stipulated. But in 2003-04, there was a concern that the market might collapse, so the conditions were taken away. I was wondering if the administration could impose these conditions, but in fact the administration had already done that in the past. So it's not the case that you cannot impose the restriction, and it's only up to people, to developers to decide whether the flats are for sale or not. For golf courses, I think maybe we should consider combining a very large driving range for sale. Now, I'm not trying to drive away all the golf courses. In large cities, these facilities are necessary, but this is worthwhile of our consideration. The other proposal is concerning the chief executive's other residents in Fanling. In the past, when governors visited Hong Kong and the new territories were yet to be developed, it sounded reasonable for the governor to have another residence in the new territories. But for the previous terms of government, Mr. C.H. Tung and Mr. Donald Tsang rarely used that residence. And I believe that since Mr. C. Wai Leung is so busy, he won't be able to use it frequently anyway. And I heard that Mr. Donald Tsang was reminded by others to go there from time to time in order to account for its use or for its existence. And that was quite a large piece of land, I gathered, but there was a concern on heritage conservation. Still, you can think about combining the site with the adjacent golf course so that the site can be made available for development. This is quite a large site. I wonder if the administration has considered this site. Chairman, I'll just give a brief answer.
Yes, there are some big projects. Apart from the Hong Choi Kiew new development area, there is also the New Territories, Northern New Territories area, which is a larger expanse of land. You can look into the usage of the land now, and we can decide whether there will be a development which will be commensurate in terms of size with Fanlang and such new towns. So that would be about 600 hectares. If we all decide that we can develop that whole expanse, it can be 2,000 hectares or more. As for saving up of flats by the developers, we are very closely looking into the situation. It does not seem to be very serious. There are individual cases. Now, if we see that there are serious situations, we would undoubtedly come up with new measures to combat this. And I note also James Toe's suggestion concerning Fanlang development. Thank you. Lam Fan, I have a question for the Secretary. Paragraph 76, concerning the Mong Kok Waterworks Department building. In fact, we have already voted for the redevelopment of that site. Now, in fact, in the past 4 years, every time the PASI, Mr. Zhang, had raised this, because this is very important in alleviating the traffic situation in Mong Kok by releasing the WSD's Mong Kok site. Now, it seems that it's met with some hiccups again. Why is that, I would like to know. And what exactly is a timetable, if there is one? Everybody is waiting. All the district councillors are asking for this and waiting for it. Now, paragraph 34. Of course, I very much welcome that there is this council to be set up, which is the Commission for Harbour Front. But in terms of developing the harbour front, I would very much like to see the government work together with the tourism and also other facilities, Sham Shui Po, Changsha Wan, seaside, and also the foul smell from the seawater and To Kwa Wan area. All these are connected. Of course, our district would also want to see that there is a connectivity between east and west all through Kowloon. Actually, I can tell you, Sham Shui Po, there is no access to the sea. As for To Kwa Wan, it has opened up, and also the Yau Ma Tei seaside, which has brought on very foul smell. I would like to see that there is a development as a major project to develop the harbour front and also water transport. In fact, for the West Kowloon Cultural District area, I have talked to some of them there, some of the people there, that they are open to water taxi ideas. Now, in fact, the ferry had ceased service. For example, from the Hong Ham area, that had happened in the previous term. Now, how can we actually come up with some specific ideas and proposals? In fact, there are some specific proposals. And last time there was you were not even willing to tender for the project. I hope that there can be an overarching thinking and planning for the harbour front. Well, for the harbour front, we will be consulting you on the setting up of a statutory harbour front authority. There are different groups responsible for different areas, Kowloon, Hong Kong, etc. As for the Sham Shui Po area and the water quality, and we can have suitable communication with the officers involved to see what we can do. As for the Mong Kok site for the WSD, I am as anxious as you are. Perhaps I should ask Mr. Wai to answer the question. Yes, indeed. We wanted to move the WSD from the Mong Kok site and redevelop it into a commercial site, but we have not found the right accommodation with a lower rental fee, and therefore we have abandoned this industrial building reactivation plan by moving the WSD. Now, our target is still 2017 to 2018 for relocating the WSD building in Mong Kok. Well, I asked Mr. Chan, the Secretary, a question last time, asking him whether he had received an agreement from the CE, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, concerning the unauthorized building in his house, in the CE's house. And it's been a few weeks already, and it's not been forthcoming, and there's no reply. And this seems very futile, the efforts of ours. Well, of course, it will be difficult for you to get that agreement from your own boss. Now, I heard Mr. Chair Wai-chuen concerning housing schemes of civil servants. And Mr. Barry Cheung is asked to look into this. This is a trusted friend of Mr. C.Y. Leung. The commodities exchange has no business whatsoever, and the the listed Russian aluminum company is another involvement of his, and this is the urban renewal authority. And what have they done? What have they done? The URA. And this is a person that is completely unsuccessful in his undertakings. Now, if he is not talking about what is relevant to this meeting, he should shut up. You can go outside of the electrical building if you want to talk. Now, shut up. Well, you leave the room. You are a fool. Are you at home? Are you in the Chang's house? You are teaching the chairman how to behave in this meeting. Who is Barry Chung to you? Why does it concern you? I'm asking a question of the secretary. You are foolish. You should go to a psychiatrist. I've been very patient with you many times now. Well, go back to your own house. You will have servants to serve you there. Don't throw a tantrum in this room. This is the LegCo. Shut up. Well, you shut up. Why does it concern you at all? Have you read the whole paper? Or have you just asked your assistants to read it for you and come up with the questions? You shut up. You shut up. You're talking rubbish. You are talking rubbish. You are not speaking to the topic. I'm asking the secretary a question. Wake up, Leung Kwok Hong. We are having a meeting to discuss items of interest to the population of Hong Kong. Well, and I say that the people of Hong Kong are not concerned with the unauthorized buildings of the CE or the Barry Chung. I mean, this is impossible. I've been so patient. I mean, she's a woman. I forgive her. But she's done this all too often. Well, can they go outside and continue with this debate between the two of them? Well, she can go out of the room, but I'm actually asking a question here. All right, let me focus on my question. Now, if it is possible, that is for Mr. Chang, then I am worried because Mr. Leung had not delivered on his promises. When we talk about public rental housing and looking for sites for PRH, it was proposed some 20% of the land for the new territories northeast. And this is a ratio of 8:2, and coming up with all kinds of small units for the public housing. And this is much like Ms. Chang, who's very foolish. Now, if 80% of the site is to be used for low-density housing and 20% for PRH, is that reasonable? Shouldn't this ratio be readjusted? This is an 8:2 ratio. Let's not talk about 57 or 43. This is about 80% versus 20%. Between then, Ms. Chang, do you want me to serve you a cup of tea? Now, would the Secretary please answer the question? Concerning this, the planning for new territories northeast, we are coming up with an adjustment. And basically, in the phase 3 public consultation or public engagement, and in the previous meeting at the LegCo, we have told members that we are doing a technical study or 2 technical studies to increase the number of units, including readjusting the ratio between HOS and PRH. And here we will, of course, have to be talking about how much would be private developed areas and how much would be public areas. In fact, for the 2080 ratio, that was what was enshrined in the previous plan. And we will be adjusting this as we go into the feasibility and the technical studies. Now, in the work of the government, we follow strict procedures. We will not bend to any organization, including the URA, and we will not exert any policy pressure. Are civil servants independent? When this Mr. Zhang was appointed to the URA, was he not a civil servant? Michael Tin? Is it me? Michael Tin. Yes. Mr. Chairman, I was a little bit late just now coming to the meeting. If someone has already answered this question, you don't have to repeat yourself. My first question concerning the developers and their saved up units and sites, including in the new territories. I've heard that there have been a lot of sites accumulated and undeveloped. How many hectares is it really? And secondly, as far as I know, there are no time limits to development. It is unlike the lease modification situation that you have mentioned. Now, if we have to wait 10, 20 years, assume land, etc., for new territories, north, east, does the government have some measures for early release of these saved-up sites, because we are running out of sites? The third question, which is frustrating for me, is something that I've asked about for a long, long time. This North Circuit link, circular link. It can actually serve public purpose and develop into 50,000 units. But I later developed that the government unilaterally decided there was no urgency to the development. But now they come out to say that there is a lack of land. And then in the entire policy address, there is no mention of this circular link. So is it because the land cannot be provided for the railway, or because there is no urgency to provide this railway? And what did Chen Ping-leung say? And can you share with us what the stance is? And I am a member of the District Council of Chunwan, and there is a proposal for developing the Chunwan sites into consolidated usage sites and to review the proportion between commercial and residential. In fact, there are some sites available, a lot of opportunities if the planning can be speeded up. Can the Development Bureau respond to this and actually deliver on what the Chief Executive had promised? Now, first of all, on the number of hectares concerning developable sites and held by developers. We have been focused on a few sites, including the Hongshui-Kyu new development area, but this is not an area that is privately held. What is privately held? The sites that are privately held have not been a focus of ours. The second question was really about why you allow them to just let the sites bask in the sun, that is to say, without any developments. Do you have any measures to stop them from doing so? Well, as you had mentioned, there is a time limit during which or within which they have to develop their lands for some of the sites, but not for the others. As for your third question concerning the North Circular Link, as far as I know, we are doing the technical study, and the reason why the plot ratio was so low in some of these areas, and some people are concerned whether luxury residential buildings have been built there. Well, the reason was because of connectivity. There was no transport support in that area. If we have to develop the area, we'll have to come up with the transport infrastructure. There will be a study results from the study we are undergoing on the circular link. And also, as for your next question, for Chunwan, there will be, within this year, 2013, a industrial site study. And we will not be looking at individual buildings, but entire areas. Yes, I will reflect your point to the Bureau. Mr. Chairman, I just want to note this point, and that is the government has no intention to talk to the developers to speed up the development of the sites that they already have on hand but are left undeveloped. I'm very dissatisfied with that. I cannot accept that. What I mean is that the government should do something, otherwise no one will believe in the chief executive anymore. Let's leave that question to the next session. Mr. James Tien after Ms. Chang and Chang. Mr. Chairman, I really regret to note that members may be wasting the meeting's time in some of their talks. Now, I'm looking at the Kai-Tak development. In paragraph 20 in the paper, Mr. Secretary, you say that the runway tip is currently planned as a tourism hub in the KTD, and a fantasy park will be located here. Well, I do not know when you will actually come up with a concrete plan for this development. I think the people living around that area would be very concerned about this progress. Well, thank you for the question. As you know, one side or tip of the runway is for the cruise harbor or cruise terminal, and there are 3 of these terminals. The first one will be completed within this year. Now, we are thinking whether for the runway we can make it more vibrant by providing tourist facilities, and not only for tourists, but rather also to provide a recreational site for Hong Kong people. And also, there will be an international competition to invite for proposals to develop this area, because we still have quite a bit of flexibility in the development.
We'd like to bring in creative ideas to see how we can revitalize that area. Next, Mr. James Tien, and then Mr. Alan Leong. Mr. James Tien. Mr. Chairman, I noted that the focus of members' questions was on where the land would be from. Nobody asked when the housing units would be ready. Property prices are so high at the moment, members of the public cannot afford them. That's where the problem lies. From the date of the supply of a piece of land, it will take another 2.5 years for the housing units to be ready. We see that the procedures are very long. The administration has to vet drawings, etc., and then the construction works. So altogether, the whole process may take 5 to 6 years. The Secretary told Ms. Alice Mack that he would not import labour. I think the answer provided to Mr. Vincent Fang on that day was not the same. If you're not going to import labour, who are to build the housing units? Many land developers have already noted that in the past couple of years, in the course of the vetting of drawings, the various procedures were very, very slow. Now this time you say that my toilet is not correct. I got my toilet correct, and then you say that my staircases are not correct. In other jurisdictions, the rectifications are done in one go. So, for example, on the mainland, the whole process is much quicker. So, in order that we have a stable supply of housing units, you should consider when the housing units will be completed. It's not so helpful to tell us that you provide more land because it takes 5 to 6 years for the whole process to be completed. Well, of course, the secretary has to get his job done, but then you have to consider HOS flats, PRH flats, private flats, etc., etc. A lot of procedures are involved. In future, how are you going to expedite the process of turning flour into bread so as to stabilize our property market? Secretary? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to thank Mr. James Tian for his question. Our bureau includes a number of departments: Buildings Department, Planning Department, Architectural Services Department. We have a heavy workload. We have already enhanced our manpower. As for land-related funding proposals, they will be processed with priority. That is, we are going to accord priority to them. Our colleagues have been working very, very hard. We are going to increase manpower. As for the vetting process, we carried out a review on the whole vetting process to see where we can have streamlining. For the sale of uncompleted flats or flats not yet completed, we received views to the effect that when a set of drawings come in, the Buildings Department and the Lands Department worked separately, and step after step, the whole process was very, very slow. So we studied whether or not there's room for improvement and whether or not we can provide one-stop service. Mr. Allen Leong? Mr. Chairman, in his policy address in paragraph 54, the CE mentions quarter-house rooftop structures that emerged 30 to 40 years ago, and he tried to compare those structures with our cage houses, subdivided flats, partitioned cubicles, etc. He sounded very sympathetic, but then he's trying to extinguish a fire nearby by distant water. In fact, he can do something more. There are so many sites on the application list. I'm not asking you for all of them. Can you take a few sites out of the application list for the construction of PRH and HOS flats? If C.Y. Leung can do so, I believe within his 5-year term he'll be able to provide more housing units for our people. The Secretary said that after inspecting the application list, he discovered that of 23 reserved sites, 8 were too small, that could cater for 60 units each only. Well, my calculation was different from his. I don't know whether my calculation is wrong or his reported remarks are wrong. Well, if we can look at the application list for 2012-2013, for the first quarter of this year, 6 sites would be put on sale, and then there should be 30 more, not 23. Well, even if the Secretary is correct, 23 minus 8 over small sites, we should still have 15. If you can take those 15 sites out from the application list, you'll be able to address imminent needs. Fire hazards, health hazards, etc. are threatening those living in subdivided flats, partitioned cubicles, and cage houses, etc. if the CE is so sympathetic, he should do something. So he can do something, but refuses to do it. Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Allen for his questions. For the application list, I have to say that each quarter we have land sales. We have auction as well as those on the application list. From January to March 2013, some sites are to be sold and 23 will remain. One is for HOS flats for the HA, so 22 remain, very small each of them, each providing 60 units only. And on one site, on the peak, only one structure can be built. So we have 10 odd sites left. For these 10 odd sites, we have to consider the land supply in the private market. For the private market, we do have an objective for auction every year, and along railway lines, we have redevelopment projects, new projects, as well as URA projects. Now we have to guarantee that every year there should be 20,000 private flats. So that's also one factor of consideration. Now, if you deduct those 8 sites, you still discover that some of the remaining sites are also very small. Even for bigger sites with a higher plot ratio, we accord priority to the HA for the construction of PRH units, so they won't fall into the application list. I'm not satisfied with the answer. I don't know whether those living in cage houses, subdivided flats, and partitioned cubicles are satisfied with the answer as well as paragraph 54 of the policy address. Mr. Wai-chuen, concerning the application list, I wonder whether the government will be more proactive by making sure that there will be enough sites for regular sale to stabilize supply. Now, as for the 10 initiatives in your PowerPoint presentation, some GIC sites will be converted into housing use. I believe there will be a strong reaction in society because time required for development will be lengthened. Now, what about co-development, which was very popular in the past? Community facilities promised will be put back to these sites. It's just that they will be constructed at the same time as the housing units. I hope that the Bureau will consider that possibility. And then paragraph 10, number 10, you mention the ability of the private sector in developing land sites. Now we have PSPS flats as well as sandwich class housing units in the past. That's also using the ability of the private sector. So what did you mean? Were you pointing to successful cases in the past? So for Hong Kong property for Hong Kong people, you should provide housing units for those who are in real need. Will you consider reviving PSPS and sandwich class housing? So that 80% of those households who are in need of domestic flats will be covered. And then a more specific point. Recently in Leighton Estate, which was acquired by land resumption, why is it that offices, hotel facilities, etc., are still included on that side, given the scarce land supply at the moment? So on this very precious site, you don't actually need offices and hotel facilities. I think you should provide more land to those who are in need. Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Wai-chuen for his questions. Regular land sales. Yes, we're doing that. But sometimes we don't do it by way of auction, but by private tendering. In the past few years, after the FS announced its budget, we would announce the application list for the year. And then we'll announce in advance what sites would be put forth in the next quarter. So that's for tendering. As for flexible use of GIC sites, I'd like to thank Mr. Wu for his invaluable advice. It depends also on the type of community facilities to be provided. For the development of domestic units, it would be ideal to provide community facilities as well. Failing that, we'll have to identify alternative sites for those facilities. If in the same area we have several GIC sites, we'll consider whether or not the community facilities can be put together in order to vacate more sites for housing. For the quarry, our original plan covers two parts. In the past, we usually sold formed land with infrastructure before the developer came into the scene. Now we can consider specifying infrastructure and community facilities with funding from the LegCo. And then we'll only pay the contractor if we are satisfied. As for the housing program, some will be HOS flats. Whether or not we can use the past model of PSPS, I have to go back and communicate with the THB. For Tai Han Village, we conducted a consultation exercise. In that area, there are quite a number of PRH estates already. For Tai Han Village, we've planned a hotel which will provide job opportunities. Since there are already a number of PRH estates nearby, members of the public would like to see more private flats in order to strike a balance between public and private housing units. Mr. Abraham Sheikh, thank you, Chairman. Secretary, concerning the hoarding of housing units or the hoarding of farmland, Chairman, are those offences? If so, which ordinance is the regulating legislation? Mr. James So mentioned the hoarding of farmland and housing units. And Mr. James So wants land acquisition if the situation is intolerable. In Hung Shui Kiu, in NT Northeast, it was the villagers hoarding the farmland. If the land resumption ordinance is invoked to acquire the land, would it be against Article 6 and Article 105 of the Basic Law? There is stipulated very clearly. Well, Mr. Chairman, if they got the Basic Law with them here. Secretary, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Mr. Abraham Sheikh for his questions. At the moment, as far as I know, after the developer has completed the flats, and some flats have not been sold, which is hoarding, in the words of some councillors, is not against the law. Just now when I answered Mr. James To's questions, I meant that by vacancy, there are two scenarios. Members of the public can buy flats from the developers. They can live in the flats or rent the flats to others. Or maybe a landlord has gone to the mainland for a few months. He may keep his flat so that he can have a place to stay in when he comes back. So that's not our concern. Our concern is that if a developer ports up flats after completing them, now that's our concern. But at this stage, these are just isolated incidents. Well, if this has become a common phenomenon, the SARG will definitely take action. Well, Mr. Chairman, even the administration has to abide by the law. The government is not above the basic law. No matter what you no matter what you do, you must not act against the basic law. Articles 6 and 105 of the Basic Law cover these scenarios. That is, whether or not you lease or sell your flats after purchasing them. Now, the government wants to address the public's concern. Concerning the golf course, well, nothing is better than West Kowloon. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars. Well, we are very dissatisfied with this term of the SARG as well as the last term. Have they considered replanning West Kowloon? The $21.6 billion are for the art and culture communities. Can we take back West Kowloon for the construction of, say, PRH flats or HOS flats? It doesn't matter. We don't mind. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, the SARG must abide by the law, of course. We've consulted the DOJ for legal advice. I understand that the stance of the government may not be the same as that of the private sector. But in the course of governance, we would definitely abide by the law. As for West Kowloon, the site has already been passed to the West Kowloon Cultural District Authority. And throughout all these years, there had been a number of hiccups. At this juncture, with no intention to replan West Kowloon.
Okay. Mr. Frederick Fung, I have 3 comments. I'd like to see if the administration would like to respond to my comments. Okay, go on. For older districts, for older housing estates, for those estates aged 40 years or above, we have listed out all these older estates, as most of the estates have buildings of 15 stories or less. Some have 25 stories. Demolition won't take place until, say, 10 years later. And the redevelopment of older estates will cause an increase in the supply of flats by 1.5 times. In fact, I have been reminding the THB for on a number of occasions, and last week Mr. Chiang was still saying that he would consider it. Now, my second comment is that I share a similar view with the chief executive. Now, about the NEMT-NDA, I suggested that an artificial island can be built between Cheung Chau and Hong Kong Island. And if there is no opposition from Cheung Chau, an artificial island can be built and connected to Cheung Chau, so on and so forth, so that a route can be formed from all the way from Hong Kong Island to Cheung Chau to Lantau Island to Tuen Mun, so on and so forth. The compromise is that the container terminal is to be moved to the artificial island, so that the site where the container terminal used to be in Wai-chuen can be used for housing development. There are new container terminals, for example, the ones in Shanghai is built on an artificial island. And we can also move the rather obnoxious industrial operations to artificial islands as well, so that the sites originally used for this purpose in Tuen Mun and Qingyi can be released for this purpose for housing development. This is for the government's consideration as well. Third point, now since Kai Tak Airport ceased operation, all the sites under the flight route are comprising low-rise developments, and the redevelopment should be speeded up. In fact, it's a waste of resources. So resumption should take place so that a vast site can be used for redevelopment. So I have these 3 comments for the administration's consideration. Secretary, redevelopment of old public housing estates, well, this is under the purview of the THB, so I'm afraid I can't supplement to that. As to whether an artificial island can be built between Cheung Chau and Hong Kong Island, as we consider reclamation on an appropriate scale outside Victoria Harbour, we considered the proposal of an artificial island. The location may not be the site mentioned by Mr. Fong, and there are a number of considerations as far as design is concerned. For example, obnoxious industrial operations or waste management can be done on the island. And in early March this year, we're going to issue a consultation paper on reclamation. And we can then exchange our views on the design and the location of the sites. Now, as for the sites under the previous flight route in Kai Tak and Kowloon City, etc., now, for example, for sites in Kowloon City, the URA is already implementing a number of projects, and there is a need to review afresh. I don't understand what you mean by review afresh. I mean, concerning your comment, I'll have to go back and discuss with the colleagues of the planning department. We've spent 2 hours on this item. So I'll just wrap up the discussion of this item here. Thank you for the questions and the response from the Secretary. Thank you. Moving on to item 5 of the agenda, progress update on Kai Tak development and public works project, item number 469CL, Kai Tak development infrastructure at North Apron area of Kai Tak Airport. Please invite the administration's representatives in.
我喺度歡迎
Let me welcome representatives from the administration, and please walk us through the paper with the aid of a PowerPoint presentation. So please be concise. We're here today to update members of the progress of Kai Tak development and seek members' support for the proposal to be upgraded to Category A for the construction of Stage 3 and Stage 4 infrastructure works at the North Apron area of the former Kai Tak Airport at a total estimated cost of $2.255 billion MOD prices. Now, we have been receiving good response. In 2009, the LegCo approved funding of $21.7 billion for a number of Kai Tak development-related public works projects. Well, this is the year when the first phase development will be completed, and these projects include Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal building and the public rental housing development in North Apron area, and the Runway Park Phase 1 and the Kai-Tak Approach Channel bioremediation works, etc. The second phase works will commence in phases including the construction of the TID Tower and the Sharton Central Link related works, and starting with the beginning of this year, the Center for Excellence in Pediatrics and Kwun Tong Promenade Stage 2, etc., will commence. And also this related project, the infrastructure works for Stage 3A, Stage 4 at the North Apron area of the former Kai-Tak Airport. Now I'll invite my colleagues to walk you through the paper with the aid of a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, Chairman. I'll update members on the latest progress of the project, and also to brief members on our proposal to upgrade part of 469CL to Category A for the construction of Stage 3, 8, and 4 infrastructure works at that site with the approved estimates. Now, there are a number of projects not only under the purview of CEDD, but under various departments and bureaus as well. In the Kai-Tak development projects, there are a number of major projects, including Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal building. And may I check the paper? Yes. Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal, PRH housing, and a multi-purpose sports complex, and Sharton Central Link, and the Metro Park, a Center of Excellence in Pediatrics, and projects carried out by us, Kai-Tak redevelopment and Long-Chun Stone Bridge remnants. Projects targeted for completion in 2013. Well, you can see the projects in this slide, including Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal building and public rental housing and other associated infrastructure. For example, sewage inception facilities, the sewage pumping station, fire station cum ambulance depot, and the phase 1 of the Runway Park, and the early works of the district cooling plant. Now I will brief members on the updated progress of the works carried out by the CEDD. We can see in this slide that site formation works are under the purview of CEDD for the purpose of providing 2 berths. The first berth will be commissioned in the middle of this year. As for the site formation for the second berth, works have largely been completed. We have passed on to the EMSD for the related works. And we have also begun construction of the second berth. All the piling works have been completed. We are doing site formation of the promenade and also some dredging works. We expect the works to be completed by 2014. And the China Gas will realign the pipelines under the water. Following that, we're going to commence dredging projects, and we expect the works to be completed before 2020 so that 2 large cruises can be accommodated at the cruise terminal. One related work is to build a road connecting the 2 berths, and for this stretch of the road, we will call this Xinchang Road. And for this stretch, we call this Xingfeng Road. And basically, this will connect Chang Yip Street and the south tip of the apron. of the runway. And we're also going to provide works for pavement and greening. And with the commissioning of the Kai Tak Cruise Terminal at the Kai Tak Approach Channel and Kwun Tong Typhoon Shelter, we will carry out bioremediation works. Now, there are two procedures involved. One is to carry out dredging and also to carry out bioremediation. In fact, for dredging, works have been completed towards the second half of last year. We are in the process of carrying out bioremediation works. Mostly, we put chemicals on in the water to prevent unpleasant smell from emanating from the water. We expect the works to be completed by 2013. And concerning preservation of the Wai-chuen Stone Bridge remnants, we have completed 2 rounds of consultation. And based on the consensus built on the second round of consultation in 2011, there is it is the public's wish for the remnants to be preserved, and we're also going to build a preservation corridor spanning 30 meters, and also a subway connecting the resources to connecting the remnants to resources in the vicinity and Prince Edward Road. And we have actually completed backfilling and excavation works last year. And based on the records, the AMO is conducting a research on the interpretation of the remnants. And in the middle of this year, on the design ideas for the preservation corridor, we will conduct a public engagement exercise. Kai Tak River. We all know that the Kai Tak River spanned a length of 2.4 kilometers, and for this Kai Tak River, we conducted 2 rounds of public consultation. And based on the public consultation exercises, we were able to get a consensus that is for the Kai Tak River to be revitalized so that a green river can be formed in this urban area, and we hope to build a green river corridor along the river, and also for a major flood relief channel to be provided. And concerning the landscape design approaches and the facilities alongside, we are going to carry out a design idea competition. Basically, there are 2 parts of the project. One is to the north of Prince Edward Road East, and this will be carried out by the Drainage Services Department. And within the Kai Tak development area, the works will be taken out by the CEDD. And in fact, for the northern part of the site, the DSD earlier on already from Po Kong Shun Road to Long Kong Road started the reconstruction works. They expect to finish work by 2017. And from Tung Kong Road to Prince Edward Road East, this stretch will be put under consultation with the district Wong Tai Sin District Council in the first quarter of this year, followed by funding application. As for the reconstruction of Kai Tak River, on the 11th of this month, we secured funding approval, and we expect to commence works in the first quarter of this year for completion by phases, starting from 2016 to 2018. And environmentally friendly linkage system, EFLS, we're going to carry out 2 stages of exercise. And in fact, for stage 1, it was already completed in October last year. We collected a lot of views on the alignment and the locations of the stations, and also on the impact of the link between the station and the area. We are going to launch a second stage public consultation in the second quarter of this year in order to build consensus on the way forward for the system. As for infrastructure works at the North Apron area, For stage 1 infrastructure projects, they comprise this area and this one. As for stage 2 works, well, it has commenced as well, and this proposal involves the construction of stage 3A and stage 4 infrastructure works, which I'll take you through in a moment. For stage 1 infrastructure works, basically, this is to tie in with the intake of the public rental housing estate. They include carriageways and pavements, and also 2 brand new footbridges, and to enhance or optimize the 3 existing pedestrian subways. For stage 2 infrastructure works, it was commenced in July last year, basically to tie it in with the residential developments in the North Apron to the east of the Kai Tak River. They include the construction of carriageways and a pumping station, etc. From this diagram, you can see that this site will be reserved for a flat scheme. Next to it, there will be a site for HOS. For these 2 sites, these sites will be preserved for the Hong Kong Property for Hong Kong People initiative. This proposal involves the upgrading of part of 469CL project, and that is stage 3A infrastructure. And in the paper, details have been set out on the concerning the facilities include basically a 890-meter long road will be built, including this road and L1, and a stretch of the road will traverse Prince Edward Road East, and next to it there will be a pedestrian subway, and one of the existing pedestrian subway will be extended by 60 meters. Apart from this apart from upgrading this part, we have also enhanced the connectivity to St. Paul Kong.
And also we will extend the roadways in St. Paul Kong itself, including San Chok Street, Tat Po Street, or part of Seimei Street. And also we will close off part of Seimei Street and King Tai Road, or part of King Tai Road. For this project, we believe, and we estimate will commence works in the middle of this year. And here we have an impression of the proposed roadworks. And here, this actually spans the Prince Edward Road East, and it connects to the Seimei Street in St. Paul Kong. And another proposal to be upgraded to Category A is Stage 4 infrastructure, North Apron area of Kai Tak Airport, and that is west of the Kai Tak Nullah or Kai Tak River. Basically, there will be a 2-carriageway road of 950 meters long, and the L19 section, and also the To Kwa Wan Sung Wong Toi area roadway as well. And also there will be pressurized and non-pressurized sewer system, and also 2 sewage pump stations as well. Now, if we have the support from the panel, then we would want to, within the first quarter of this year, start the tendering, and in the second quarter of this year we will be applying for funding and also to raise or upgrade the project to Category A. And we estimate that the commencement of works will begin in July of this year. For Stage 3A, completion of works will be in June of 2017, and Stage 4 will be at the end of 2016. That completes my introduction. Thank you. I would like to remind members that for members who have direct or indirect fiduciary connections with this project, you should disclose the interests according to 83 bracket A of the rules of the LegCo. Now, we have question time, but because of in the interest of time, I would like to limit the question and government answer to within 3 minutes for each member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask about the Xincheng Road and the construction of that as shown in the PowerPoint. I would like to know that there is a bridge linking the east and the west, and that is an existing bridge. And we know that, in fact, there are a lot of pillars underneath the bridge, and it actually is an obstacle for the water to run from the east to the west. And if indeed this is to be a river in the future for water sports, then this obstruction should be removed. As for the Wong-tai-sin area, this will be the site for the L1 road. My question is whether the Choi Hong Road or the new Kai Tak area, whether they will be connected. If not, then only the Taiyao Street going into L1 will be the only connection. And this will add to the already dire congestion in this industrial area, traffic congestion. Concerning these two projects, perhaps I should ask my colleague to bring you through it. Mrs. Lee, thank you for the question. For your first question, whether we will be reconstructing or redeveloping the Kai Tak Bridge. Yes, we will. But in terms of timing, we'll have to wait a certain period of time, because at present, from the south end of the runway, the only exit is from this bridge. But when we've completed D3 and D2, we will have another exit from the Kai Tak area, and only then will we be redeveloping the bridge. As for the Wong-tai-sin's access to Kai Tak area, whether L1 is the only access, that is not true. At the Regal Hotel, opposite Regal Hotel, there is a bridge which has been partly demolished. And in the future, this will be reconnected to connect up to the Kai Tak area. You may find it strange why we have this stage 3A work. In fact, 3B is to connect up the bridge with the Kai Tak area, so not all the traffic will have to go through Sanpo Kong before accessing Kai Tak area. And only then will we demolish the Y-shaped bridge and to connect the Seimei Street to Prince Edward Road East. Mr. Chairman, I would like to see the complete road network planning. From what I heard just now, having to go through the Prince Edward Road East, actually they are not directly connected to the Wong-tai-sin area. All right? Yes. Chen Haikan. I have a few questions concerning environmental protection. We see that the Nala is now undergoing a revitalization, and I would like to know whether the progress is ideal. As far as I know, the Shatin Xingmen River is also undergoing the same, or has undergone the same works. And I know that this has to be carried out periodically, and it is not a one-off work. I would like to know whether this dredging and also this deodorization is going on well and would be effective. And people are concerned that the cruise terminal, when it is to be used, whether the facilities would be able to forestall major pollution when the cruises berth. And also, the area is to be planned to be green, so there will be power on land. And also, for mass transit, low emissions or zero emissions buses, in the planning in this area, will there be new facilities such as recharging stations for private cars as well as public transport? Well, first of all, on the power on land question, I will answer that question, and then I will ask my colleagues to answer the other questions. Actually, the bioremediation works is and the high-tech approach channel is undertaken by another department. The power on land, actually, the power on land is responsible by the Economic and Development Bureau. And we will be, as a cruise terminal is constructed, we will be installing power on land. Will they be in time? Will the power on land be in time for the completion of the cruise terminal? Well, actually, as mentioned, for the standards, the international standards was not set out until last year. And as you know, the cruises actually come from all over the world, and they berth at different harbors and terminals around the world. And even if the crews have these installations, if the installations are not of the same standard, they cannot be used here. So with the international standards promulgated last year, we are now clear. But in the initial stage of the cruise terminal's usage, we envisage that it will not be very busy in the initial stage. Just to supplement, for the terminal and the power on land, in fact, there is a room or a site which can incorporate the power on land installation, and there are cabling as well. As for the other two questions, first on the bioremediation works and its progress, we believe that this can be done within the time frame set out. And the March 2009 EIAO report, this Kai-Tak Nala and its odors, actually there are there's a three-pronged approach for tackling this problem. One is to stop the flow at source, or the odor at source, and that is already being done. As for the sediment that has already reached the Nala, as I have mentioned just now, we have already carried out some dredging, and we are now undertaking bioremediation work. And the third prong, and that is looking at this waterway, it is actually rectangular in shape, and it is difficult for the water to flow around. And we have considered whether there should be another opening to this body of water so that there can be a better flow of water. So we are waiting for the dredging and the bioremediation works to be completed before we consider that further. And we have been collecting water samples to look at the change in the quality of water. And the Polytechnic University had also built a model to study the 600-meter proposed opening, how it would affect the flow, and how we can actually perhaps avoid having to open up the body of water with this egress or narrowing it. As for whether the dredging and remediation works will have to be done periodically, I think we will have to wait for the results to come in before we can have an answer to that. Mr. Lo Chi-wai. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions here. The Chief Executive had mentioned that there will be a bike-friendly efforts. I do not know 469CL whether this will become also a bicycle-friendly area. Now, another point about the district cooling, that is the next paper. But the next paper seems to focus very much on the Kai-Tak development area and its needs. But we know that district cooling, according to the paper, has many benefits. And the Kai-Tak area and its neighboring areas, for example, Kowloon City, To Kwa Wan area, there are a lot of new buildings and plans. I do not know whether in the infrastructural planning that you have for the neighboring areas of Kai-Tak development area, if they also would want to benefit from the cooling system, whether you have this preparation to extend the cooling system to service the neighboring areas as well. A third question concerning the connection between Wong-fat and the Kai-Tak area. There was a proposal to connect up the Wai-chuen and Choi Yip estate to the Kai-Tak area. Has that been abandoned? First of all, on the district cooling. And then for bike friendliness and also the Wong-fat connection, my colleague will answer the question. Now, whether the cooling system can extend its service to the neighboring areas, well, there are a number of infrastructural projects that we have to consider as well. And there is an item specifically on this. We will have to look at it from this angle as well. So I do not have anything to supplement at this point. Now, as far as bicycle friendliness goes, we have this as our vision as well. In the Kai-Tak original planning area, there is this 6 kilometers bicycle lane. Now, we would want to extend this and to all the green areas within the Kai-Tak development area. We would want to have this bicycle lane connect up all those green areas so that the people of Hong Kong can very leisurely cycle around the area. Now, as for the connecting footbridges and the subways, we are actually talking about the existing subways. They are very narrow and it is not suitable for the bicycles to run inside these existing subways. At present, the bikers will have to push their bikes over the footbridges or under the subways into the Kai-Tak development area. I see in the proposal that there is a new San Po Kong to Kai-Tak subway. This is a new subway. I understand about the old subways not being able to accommodate bicycles. Well, let me respond to this. This is a 6-meter wide subway, even though it is rather wide, but it will have to accommodate a underground shopping area. And it will also have to connect up San Po Kong with Kai-Tak development area. So this is for safety considerations. The chief executive had mentioned in his policy address bicycle friendliness. I think even with this new subway, there is no bike friendliness. I think this is unacceptable. But 2 questions. First of all, on the sports center and the planning of it and the design. Even though this is not final yet, there was a time and there was a debate whether there should be residential area or sports center, and the decision had been made for the latter. Now, I would like to know how this impacts 469CL in terms of infrastructure and also road network. And another question concerning the environmental protection system. We are very concerned in the district and among the district councillors. I would like to know whether the system can be extended to Matawai or To Kwa Wan area And since there is a stage 2 PE exercise, and as far as I can see from the document, the alignment, which is early on in the planning, I do not know whether there will be room for adjustments to the alignment in the future and extensions. Thank you, Mr. Low, for the question. For the sports center and its impact on 469CL, the Home Affairs Department has decided that the sports center will be built in the Kai Tak development area, so it would not impact the infrastructural project for 469CL. Now, as for the stage 2 PE exercise, that will be conducted middle of this year. Well, actually, for Mr. Low's question asked just now, we have received the same questions in the first phase of our public engagement, and we will be doing analysis and studies, and hopefully in the second stage of public engagement, we will be providing information on these and to have another round of discussions. The reason why I ask this question is because I would like to know whether the public can still have reasonable expectations and whether there can be a chance for realization of the same. Any other questions? No? Mr. Chan Kam Lam. Very simply, Mr. Chairman, concerning the Kai Tak Bridge, I think there should be a new bridge constructed next to it. And when that is completed, demolish this old one. That will contract the time rather than to wait for the roadways to be completed before we actually reconstruct or demolish this bridge, which will be a 8 to 10 years wait. I think when the usage is low for the transport system in the area, this is a time for building the bridge. Now, as for Mrs. Lee's point about demolishing the Y-shaped bridge, if we do so, going from Kai Tak area to Sai Kung direction, how will the route take place? Will there be other routes that we can take going from Kai Tak to Sai Kung directions? First of all, on the demolition of Kai Tak Bridge, of course, the thinking of Mr. Chan would also contract the time necessary, but it will add to the cost, but we can go back and think about it. As for the Y-shaped bridge, Mrs. Lee can answer that my colleague can answer the question. Mrs. Lee had mentioned just now that there is this Hasso bridge, which is opposite the Regal Hotel. In the future, vehicles can go via this bridge into Prince Edward Road and onto Sai Kung directions. Well, Mr. Chairman, this is about comprehensive thinking. Now, if we are talking about 80,000, 100,000 residents and working population, plus working population amounting to almost 300,000 people in this area, we are talking about a huge amount of traffic. If our road network is not satisfactory, it will create a lot of problems in the future and creating even more traffic burden for the neighboring area as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We agree. At different stages of a project, we may be notified that certain infrastructure facilities have to be included and will have corresponding TIAs. For example, a population intake is due, we may conduct a TIA again. Well, if we are to build another bridge by the side of the existing one, we must first of all have roads. There are already roads. No, only here. Here, we have to build T2. It's just at the tunnel portal. Therefore, we have to consider the issue of interface. Any more questions? If not, As we have 3 more items to go and we'll have to finish this meeting at 6:30 p.m., I believe we should finish this item here. So members, do you agree that the administration should submit funding proposals to the PWSC? No objection? All right. Thank you. Let's proceed to item 6 on the agenda. PWP item number 45CG, District Cooling System at Kai Tak Development. Secretariat staff, please invite the officials to come in. We welcome the government representatives. Please introduce the paper to us. Who will do that? Mr. Chairman, we are attending this development panel meeting to seek member support for the proposal on Phase 3 Package A of 45CG District Cooling System, DCS, at the Kai Tak Development, KTD, to tie in with the latest progress of infrastructure and building developments at Kai Tak. By district cooling system, we mean a large-scale centralized air conditioning system. It produces chilled water at the central chiller plants and distributes the chilled water to user buildings for air conditioning purpose. The district cooling system is an environmentally friendly project. Its energy efficiency is 35% more when compared with traditional air-cooled air conditioning system and 20% more when compared with individual water-cooled air conditioning systems. This will be a first of its kind in Hong Kong. Due to its high energy efficiency, upon the completion of the system, every year will be able to save 85 million units of electricity with a reduction of 60,000 tons of carbon dioxide. In fact, we've got support from the FC in terms of funding for the previous 2 phases, and today we're seeking funding approval for Phase 3, Package A. Initial users will include what our colleagues mentioned just now, the cruise terminal, and in the north apron, the shopping malls of housing estates. So those will be the 2 major users. For Phase 3, Package A, we'll have to match the planning for Kai Tak. In future, there will be an excellent medical center of excellence for children. And what will be the major works? We have already explained the detail in the paper. Due to time constraint, we won't explain the details. The estimated cost will be $1.3 billion. Actual expenses will depend on the result of the tendering exercise. We would like to have your support today because this DCS will not just improve air quality but attain low-carbon development in Kai Tak. With your support, we'll submit our funding proposal to the PWSC and the FC later. So much for my introduction. Thank you. I'd like to remind members that if any member has any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in this project, the member concerned should observe Section 83 of the Rules of Procedure and disclose the nature of that interest. All right, questions, members? 4 minutes each, including The administration's reply. Number one, Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Thank you, Chairman. Just now I asked about district cooling. Is it possible to cover the surrounding areas as well, if they want to get connected? As for the pipes, this project will only cover the Kai-Tak development area. Well, the officials for the last paper told me to ask you this question, that is, whether it is possible to cover the surrounding areas as well. As for capacity, how much residual capacity will there be for possible connection with surrounding areas to match the new development of this cooling system? Thank you, Mr. Wu. For this DCS, in terms of design, we intend to cover all the non-domestic users in the whole development area. From the planning point of view, $1.73 hectares of land will be covered, and 81,000 units would be, or 81,000 tons would be involved. The main users will be the cruise terminal, the shopping malls of housing estates, children's hospital, government offices. As for future developments, there will be hotels, the sports city, MTR station for the Shatin Central Link. Well, Chairman, I understand that. I mean the surrounding development areas. Well, if I want to get connected to this system, can I do so? Well, if we have residual capacity, we'll be willing to consider that possibility. But it depends on what surrounding development projects you're talking about. If it is housing projects, this system will not take care of housing estates. It's a rather small system that may not be switched on around the clock. Well, just a hypothetical question. If the surrounding areas want to get connected to the system, can they do so immediately? Do you need new ancillary facilities? If the system is to be extended to new users, at least you need pipes to bring cooled or chilled water to the users. Now, at present, cooling is done at the central chiller plants, which have their own capacity. 10% of their capacity will be for extra use, but exceeding that threshold, we won't be able to cope. What about these additional pipes? Will you install major pipes like water pipes, drainage pipes at the same time? Concerning the laying of pipes, we're talking about big diameter pipes to the tune of 1 meter in diameter. We collaborate closely with CEDD, for example. Since we're talking about relatively large pipes, in principle, large pipes should be at the bottom of the other pipes, that is, beneath the other types. Weight will be leading the flow. As for lighter facilities like electricity cables, there's already a coordination mechanism. Power lines, cables, etc. basically run very near to the surface of the pavement. The government closely collaborates with the public utilities to work out the distribution. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'd like to clarify one point. Will it be stipulated in the land grant that in terms of non-private domestic units, the developers concerned will have to provide their own cooling system in order to attain the planned effect? As for fees and charges, say if a shopping mall uses this DCS, how can we make sure that the operators in the shopping mall can benefit from the fee structure of the DCS? Of course, we have to encourage them to save energy. We cannot say that since this is an energy-efficient system, it should be used as frequently and as much as possible. Previously, when we applied for funding for phases 1 and 2, we already explained in detail to members that in future, for private non-domestic developers, in future when they complete their buildings, they have to get connected to this system, which is more energy efficient. A couple of years ago, we discussed with the EA panel, and that was the result of our discussion, and that will be specified in the future land grant. As for what approaches should be adopted to encourage commercial operators to save energy, apart from the fee structure, we'll also consider what can be done. At present, in a shopping mall, no separate electricity meters would be installed for each floor. So, usually shop operators do not know how much electricity they're using. We'll step up communication with the developers. In future, at least each floor will get one electricity meter such that the shop operators know at least how much electricity has been used by the operators on the same floor. Mr. Chairman, this DCS will only attain its highest energy efficiency if it is fully used. Well, future users will have to get connected to this system. Will there be flexibility to allow non-commercial users to get connected as well? We've no objection to that. But this is a question of priority. Just now, I mentioned that if this DCS is to be highly efficient, then we have to examine how much air conditioning is used and for how long the system is in use. Because a great deal of fixed investment is involved. So if the system is not in continuous use, it may not attain its highest energy efficiency. Well, Mr. Chairman, I declared my interest last time. Mr. Chan Kin-po. So I won't declare interest again. Paragraph 13 says that the DCS tariff will be set at a competitive level. Well, some primary schools would like to operate there, they did some calculation and discovered that the 30 years of cost would have to be recovered, and then they end up with very expensive tuition fees, several $1,000s per year just for this cooling system. I think you will at most charge them the normal electricity tariff. So how can you make sure this DCS will not become a burden to the students? Chairman, as I said, the major users of this DCS will be non-domestic users. So the 2 primary schools have already been covered by phase 3. To provide centralized air conditioning in Hong Kong is quite rare in Hong Kong. And to provide air conditioning by way of a DCS is actually the first time in Hong Kong. And during different seasons, the utilization rate of air conditioning may be different. So in order to attain the highest energy efficiency, it depends on the time of use, the floor area covered, etc. We're still discussing with the school sponsors. Whereas this is the first case, I believe you adopt the same principles for all non-domestic users. So you have to consider a fair method. Schools are non-profit making. You must not impose too heavy a burden on them. Even for commercial users, if the tariff is higher than the average tariff for water towers, it won't work. And we have to consider overall energy efficiency. Should you recover costs just from these users, you have to reconsider it. And if the number of users is few, this will all the more be a problem. Well, schools are special cases. They operate differently when compared with shopping malls and commercial buildings.
If you're talking about shopping malls and commercial buildings, they have individual cooling systems. Usually they use individual cooling towers. According to our latest calculation, we can try to align our fees and charges with the fees and charges of the most energy efficient air conditioning systems in the market. And that is the cost of individual water-cooled air conditioning systems using cooling towers. And as mentioned in previous meetings, the government is not going to subsidize the service. So we intend to recover both the capital and operating costs from users over the period of 30 years. I'm sorry, can you say something more about the 2 primary schools? Are you going to negotiate on the fees and charges plan with them? Now, the issues to be resolved for these primary schools are to clearly understand their need for air conditioning. This is important because in the future, when fees or charges are imposed, we need to consider 2 factors. First is the need for air conditioning, and second, the usage. For example, if you buy an air conditioner at home with a higher generating power, the price will be more expensive. So we should gauge the need for air conditioning first before we look at whether the use of DCS by the 2 primary schools in that district is the most energy efficient, and we will negotiate with the schools on the fees and charges. Mr. Wai-chuen. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not feeling well today. I'm a bit under the weather today. When we talk about housing supply in the previous items, I actually cited the wrong figure concerning the waiting list. It's not 100,000, it's over 200,000. So let me make a correction here. Now, second point, about the previous item, I wasn't here. I believe that the discussion is over. Well, all in all, I support the project. I just want to say that in terms of the sports complex in Kai-Tak development area, I am against it. I think it's wrong planning. I'm also against the development of the tip of the South Apron. The government already corrected that situation, but for the sports complex, it has taken up such a large site, and it is hampering the housing supply in Hong Kong. Now, for the DCS, we have discussed it a number of times. I think the new design of the DCS is something good for the overall environment in Hong Kong, and this is good planning. This is also the first of its kind in the community. So, as far as the design is concerned, if you just sit in the office and think about it, you might not be aware of the problems. But when it comes to actual implementation of the projects, there might be problems that, including those we have discussed. For example, whether private developers are interested in investing in it, whether it would cause a surge in the air conditioning fees in shopping malls. We don't want to see any unfair treatment on future developments because of this new DCS. For example, the primary schools mentioned just now, the government has all the figures for calculation. If you don't come up with the cost and the budget very carefully, something might go wrong. You need to, apart from the user pay principle, you also need to consider the affordability of users. So you should also consider the market rate at the time, and also the users coming from different backgrounds. For example, the government does offer concessionary rate for tenants belonging to charitable organizations. So the fees and charges should be set according to the affordability of users in the future. Would you like to reply on, say, air conditioning systems? DCS is the first of its kind in Hong Kong, but as far as the technology is concerned, the technology is mature in a lot of advanced countries like Singapore, Malaysia, US, and France. They already have this kind of system. And in planning for the DCS, we have drawn reference from overseas experience, and we hope that we can learn from these overseas models and come up with the best design. Mr. Chen Kam-lam. We support the district cooling system as a whole, but a question. In Kai-Tak development area, there are commercial sites, the locations of which have been fixed. If we look at phase 3, as far as the laying of pipelines are concerned, or the pipe distribution pipe networks are concerned, not all parts have been reached. And on the charging mechanism, yes, we understand that there is a need to consider the utilization rate and the need for air conditioning. But we need to have transparency so that there is a clear and transparent mechanism for fair adjustments, just like electricity charges right now. In the future, when land is auctioned, the information should be made known to everyone. So I'd like to know when you can come up with the fees and charges mechanism. Mr. Chen asked 2 questions. In fact, in this drawing, you can see that only part of the pipes have been laid because mainly we wish to serve users within the district. In terms of the overall planning, if the use at the site hasn't been confirmed, then at this stage we will not lay that part of lay pipes at that area, but we are liaising very closely with the users, and if air conditioning service in that area is required, we will come in advance for funding approval, and we will also arrange for the technical works to be carried out to tie in with the system. And we have a highly transparent fees and charges mechanism. And in fact, we attended the EAP meeting and shared our views on this matter with members of the panel. Legislative timetable. There are details to be set out, but if we are going to charge users for the service in the district, the mechanism or the system will be introduced in accordance with the intake of the population within the district. In fact, for the primary school, the intake won't begin until the academic year in 2015, and we will also take this into our consideration. Chairman, my question is about the 2 stations of the Sha-Tin Central Link. 2 stations will be built within the Kai-Tak area, so will they also use DCS? Yes, our plan does include 2 Sha-Tin Central Link stations. Second round, Wu Chi-wai, 3 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. Now, I'd like to know about the fee arrangements for DCS. As I understand, there are 2 parts. First is about capital or capacity. The other is about usage. Now, a colleague just now already asked this question. You're going to combine these 2 aspects so that fees will be charged according to usage. But then there are actually 2 components. So, simply put, the capacity actually equals the capital investments by developers for installing the relevant system, and for recurrent and ongoing maintenance costs, etc., this will be the other component. These should be separated so that you have a transparent charging system. I'd just like to know more about the arrangement. Mr. Wu, concerning the fee arrangement, in July, as said before, we briefed the members of the EA panel. Our thinking is to separate the fees into 2 components. One is for leading works, for example, the purchase of air conditioners. Now, originally, building or property owners bear the responsibility of buying air conditioners. But now, with this system, they do not need to make this investment. And this actually comes under our system, and we will face the collection of fees either on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis. We can think about the details later on. As for the other component, it has to do with the usage or the usage rate. We will have some sort of a meter to measure the amount of air conditioning used, and as a result, the usage rate will commensurate with the fees to be paid. Actually, we have drawn reference from other countries. Singapore adopts this mode. And actually, before 2012, we discussed with professional bodies. Chairman, I'm sorry, let's be quick. Apart from a monthly rate, can you tell us whether you have a proposal for one-off payment? We can think about this. All right? You will consider it. So I think I will wrap up this item. Do members support this proposal to be submitted to PWSC for approval? No? All right, thank you. Now let's move on to item 7. PWP item number 333WF, improvement of freshwater supply to Cheung Chau. Would the staff please invite representatives of the administration in, please?
Oh. 我歡迎出席會議嘅政府代表。現在
Let me welcome representatives from the administration. Please take us through the paper. Yes, let me give you a briefing. This paper briefs a member on the proposal to upgrade 333WF, improvement of freshwater supply to Cheung Chau, to Category A for carrying out mainlaying works, which comprises laying of about 1.4 kilometers of submarine freshwater main of 500 millimeters in diameter, and also the laying of about 200 meters of freshwater mains of 450 millimeters in diameter on Lantau and Cheung Chau, and the estimated cost is 254.8 million MOD prices. At present, we do have a freshwater main for supply of freshwater in Cheung Chau, but we want to have a backup supply in case of emergency repair or regular maintenance. So we propose to build another submarine water main to maintain normal freshwater supply. We expect the proposed work to commence in September for about 2 years. So much for my presentation. Thank you. I remind members once again that for members who have direct or indirect pecuniary interest in this item, please, in accordance with the Rules of Procedure 83A, disclose the interest, the nature of the interest. First round, Mr. Albert Chan. I'd like to know concerning the freshwater supply after the freshwater main is laid, what capacity are we talking about? How large a population are we talking about? Will there be any inadequate supply of fresh water in future? Changchao has a population of about 22,000. The population size is relatively stable. We feel that the new proposed water main should be adequate for future use. Should there be major development in Changchao, there is still room and time for us, if necessary, to lay more water mains for future development. So together with this freshwater main, how large a population can we serve? One freshwater main can serve about 20,000. So we're talking about roughly 50,000 in total. Mr. Wu Chi-wai. Not here? Mr. Chen Kam-nam. Chairman, for this proposed freshwater main, it is underneath the underneath the void one. Can't it be built at the original location so that there is no need to build other connecting facilities, etc.? Now, for this one of 250 millimeters, because of aging leakage problems, it became out of service and it has become void. So the location is different from the proposed one, and in order to avoid any impact on the traffic, we're using a new method. It's about 20 meters below the seabed. We drill a hole for the laying of the water main. And by using this method, we will not affect the seabed or the marine traffic nearby.
And this method is rather efficient and it's effective as well, so that the water pipe can be laid early. As for the alignment, we will look for the best site in terms of geology, and also on the two ends we will have machinery placed there to facilitate the drilling. So for Lantau Island and Changchao, we will have to find the right sites for the accommodation of these machinery, and therefore the proposed alignment now. Mr. Chairman, laying the pipes in the bedrock and also versus drilling the holes, I think it is more costly, the latter, which you are adopting now. Well, yes, actually laying on the seabed versus drilling the holes and putting the pipeline into the underneath the seabed, the latter is indeed more costly, but we nevertheless choose the latter because of its benefits, and especially for where the traffic is heavy. We usually go for this subterranean method so as not to disturb or put further load on the traffic. But it doesn't seem to be very busy, the marine traffic there. Why do you adopt this method nevertheless, unless you're talking about a very busy marine area or major thoroughfare? But this is not so. And in laying the pipes, in fact, it does not affect a lot of activities around. In fact, all you have to do is to lay the pipelines by means of boats. Well, we're talking about the northern part of the Changchao Strait, and it is an area of quite a lot of traffic, especially by the hovercrafts. And by laying the pipes, we nevertheless would affect the ecology there. And there is a Cheongsha Bay fisheries area, even though it is 1.5 kilometers away from our work site. But we nevertheless believe that this drilling method is the best, and it will impact the ecology the least. And even though it is more costly, we adopt this approach nevertheless. Can you tell me the costs and how much it will be more costly than the other method? Well, by a few times, actually, I believe. Well, that's very expensive. Any other questions? If not, then I would like to ask whether members support this approval for funding for this project. Yes? Thank you. Yes. Item number 8. Planning and engineering study on future land use at the ex-Lama Quarry area at Sok Kwu Wan, Lama Island, feasibility study, stage 1 community engagement. Would the representatives of the government please come into the room? I would like to welcome the administration, and I would like to ask you to introduce or bring us through the paper. There will be a PPT as well. I don't think they need to bring us through the paper. We're all familiar with the topic. All right? Then we'll leave more time for question and answers. Yes, Chairman Yip. Yes. I understand the need for housing, but as I've mentioned in the past 2 agenda items, there are a lot of wastage and planning problems and mismatching if we go about this route. And in the Lama Island Quarry area, I was there last month, and I had meetings with the residents there, and there were proposals as to whether the area can be developed into an eco-park, much like the Cornwall area, the Eden project. And I have actually done some comparisons between the 2 sites, that is the quarry area at Sok Kwu Wan, Lama Island, and the Eden project site. They are very similar, and they were all they're similar in size, 20 hectares for Hong Kong, 15 hectares for England, and they were also sites that were abandoned and former quarry sites. And in fact, the enthusiasts actually developed the Eden project bit by bit, and over 1 million visitors visit the Project Eden in England per year. This may be the only site in Hong Kong in which we can build something along the lines of Project Eden in England. Can we, while considering the quarry area in Lama Island, can we also consider, apart from housing usage, also the very characteristic or idiosyncratic Project Eden development? I think it shouldn't be just housing. After all, it is 1,000 or 2,000 units. This can only satisfy a very small part of the demand in Hong Kong, but rather we should maintain this very idiosyncratic site in Hong Kong, and whether we can build it into an eco-park. Perhaps the government can consider this proposal. Yes, 4 minutes for question and answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We thank Mr. Chen for the question. We didn't have the opportunity just now to talk about the reason why we're here today. Mr. Chan had mentioned just now the reason why we have to plan for the future land use of this ex-Lama quarry area. This is another source of land for Hong Kong, and in our planning, we really would want to satisfy the demand of the community in using up this ex-quarry area. And this is the Stage 1 PE, public engagement, and this would be some of the approach that we take. But we are open-minded at this stage. And this proposal that is in front of you now is actually arrived at after the two departments, the CEDD and the resident bodies in the Lamma Island, and we have come up with the results as contained in the proposal. We will be retaining the rather rural or rustic outlook of Lamma Island, and also some of the developments there and the residential developments there, as well as connecting it up with the surrounding areas, developments in the surrounding areas. As for Eden project, as mentioned by Mr. Chan, we have also considered that in our study. In fact, the land area is much bigger occupied by the Eden site, and it is a fee-collecting project. But this quarry area is relatively smaller, and it is not a direct reference in that case to the Eden project. And there are other theme parks in Hong Kong and other tourist sites such as the Hong Kong Park and the Wetland Park, and these are all operated by the government. So at this point, we will take this suggestion and go back and see whether there are elements that we can incorporate into our development after feasibility studies. Any supplement from the planning department? Well, actually, just a point of correction. It says that the officer said that the quarry area in Hong Kong is smaller. Well, actually, it is 20 hectares for the quarry area in Hong Kong, Lamma Island, and 15 for Project Eden. And I think it is sufficient land size for such a project. Chan Kam Lam, I think Lamma Island is the second biggest island in the Hong Kong territory. I think we should go full steam ahead with the study and to really broaden it not only to the quarry area but to the Lamma Island as a whole. In terms of ecology, park, tourism potentials, there is a lot of room for further development. And of course, there will have to be residents residing on the island as well. Now, if we have better facilities such as employment opportunities, it will be ideal. Whether it is proposal 1 or 2, the government will have to have certain subsidized housing or public rental housing. How can we provide employment opportunities for the residents on Lamma Island, I think is something that is very important. And I would want the government, in its overall planning, to think out of the box. For example, for the future land use of Lamma Island, whether we can link that up with the land usage of Hong Kong Island, let's say a submarine subway that will really extend the land use options for Lamma Island. I think we can delve into that further. But before we go that far, perhaps we can strengthen this ex-Lamma quarry area usage and link that up with the usage in or link that up with the Hong Kong island, for example, with piers, marine transport, so that residents of this ex-Lama quarry area or the people who work in this quarry area, that is the newly developed quarry areas, will be able to do so very conveniently and to be able to travel conveniently from the Hong Kong island to the Lam Island. Yes, we have some information to provide. Our present proposal, option 1, we have some private residential developments as well as subsidized housing. We will leave it to the second stage for further decisions. This is the PE stage, and we have heard a lot of public opinions concerning this, and we will be looking into the ratio between the two development usage in the future. And even now, we have proposals for flea markets and also retail and commercial activities. We would want to strengthen these activities so as to reinvigorate the economy there and also to attract more people visiting the area. And also we will have a ferry pier so as to provide ferry transport between Hong Kong Island and Sok Kwu Wan. This will be the main transport in the future. In the longer term, for Lama Island, whether there will be a submarine tunnel linking up to Hong Kong Island. Well, at this point, we have not envisaged this yet, but we will be looking into the possibility of that as we go along. Mr. Hu Chi-wai and then Tan Ka-biu. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For remote areas, developing residential development in remote areas in Ping Chau, in Luk Tin Tsuen, etc. I have some experience in that. For these housing estates, which are so inconvenient to get at, what is exactly the, do you have any impact studies? Now, actually, for a ferry pier, to construct a ferry pier, that is not difficult, but we already have experience of ferry operators which have relinquished their license. Would this be another one of those? How can you make sure that the residents will make use of these ferries? And in the Lama Island development, will there be a bigger blueprint apart from this particular study? Let's say if you can increase the population resident on the Lama Island by 50%, I do not know whether I'm correct, perhaps you can clarify, but looking at other outlying islands where the population has increased, however, it is not sufficient to sustain ferry transport, and at the end of the day, the residents on the island actually stand to suffer, not benefit. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for the question. First of all, on subsidized housing developments, we will be very carefully listening to views. And initially, we have gathered that whether it is for subsidized housing for sale or rental, there will be different needs, and we'll be listening very carefully to different views and talking to the housing department before we come up with the next stage of development proposal. As for transport, at this stage, the consultant study is to develop on the basis of the existing ferry service. Now, if there is increased population residents in the area, we will definitely enhance the transport service. And this is an item that we'll be looking at in our study. And third point that you have made concerning the blueprint of development for Lamma Island, we actually have a overall development plan for Lamma Island, and you can see it from the diagram here that it will be focused on the northern part of the development, and the southern part would be really more for conservation. And the quarry area is exactly the site where we do not have a specific usage for. As mentioned just now, we are trying to, in this proposal or study, to maximize or optimize the usage for this site. Well, I understand the government would want to procure every bit of land for usage and for housing. But if you want to preserve the existing outlook of the site, which is preferable, then perhaps in your study you should have a discussion as to how the area can be preserved into, let's say, a natural park. And I would like to see that that particular proposal be incorporated in your study as well. Because we do need time to discuss the items on the agenda, I would propose that we extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Are we all agreeable? Yes. Mr. Chairman, I would like the administration to answer the question that I asked. Yes. Yes. In our study, we will be looking into exactly that point. And I would like to make the point that this quarry area had been used for quarry purposes for a long period of time. And the man-made lake was actually reinstalled afterwards. And we have done a very careful eco study. And in our initial proposal, we have also proposed maintaining the areas with eco value. All right, we have, now let's keep to the time. Mr. Tan Ka-piu, Chen Chiu-hong, and Mak Mei-gyun. 4 minutes each. Do I go first? Tan Ka-piu. Yes, I am a member of the Outlying Islands District Council, and I am actually an observer here. Now, actually, for the housing proposal, for Cheung Chau, actually the intake is 99%, 98% for Cheung Chau residents living in public rental housing in Cheung Chau, because they do not have these small houses. They're not entitled to small houses. But that may not be true for other areas such as Cheung Chau. And in fact, whether the public housing should be built on Lamma Island, I think we should consult the residents on Lamma Island. We should do that first. If they say that their quality of life is very good and they do not want to live in public housing, then we should respect that. Because if we build public housing, we will have to consider schooling, employment, transport, etc., and there will be impact. And looking at this ex-Lamma quarry area, which is quite pleasant in outlook, whom do we turn it over to? Do we turn it over to a conglomerate and commercial in nature? If so, then we may be accused, or some people may accuse, of collusion with the government as well. Now, I've been to the man-made lake. It is quite pleasant, and if it is mid to low-density residential development, that is one choice. But to fill up the man-made lake, or even half of it, may be a pity.
Well, it's a pity to fill up the lake. Why can't 2, 3, 4 be included in 1A or 1B? That would be a rather good idea. then residents of the Southern District may visit Lama Island more frequently with this water sports center. It's just like people going to Tai Mei Tuk at the moment. Besides, I fully agree with Mr. Chan Kam Lam. You should look at the economic and social activities in the area at the moment. They may be totally unrelated to the local community economy. So you should plan ahead. You should look at the existing economic activities there. Well, I may have opportunities of setting up my business there. And then what about external link to Roseau City? Well, there's this idea that sterilized dogs will not be caught there. Chairman, concerning PRH demands, will carefully assess with the Housing Department whether or not we need PRH estates there. Our proposal now is based on the aspirations of those organizations that we had contacted previously. Well, it may not be PRH, it may be HOS. For this stage 1 community engagement, we'd like to listen to the views of the community. For selected items like hotel, tourism, we believe they may match the surrounding developments on Lama. As for the aquatic sports center, should that be considered as well? We keep an open mind at the moment. Dr. Fernando Chung and then Ms. Alice Mack. Dr. Fernando Chung, I very much agree with Mr. Tan Ka Piu. This site on Lama, if it is to include large-scale housing development projects, including PRH estates, we should bear in mind the experience in Tai O, where the population intake rate was very low. Of course, the policy address has mentioned it. That gives the local residents a feeling that the idea is imposed upon them. It seems that this part of Lama will definitely be developed for residential purposes. However, Lama residents are of the opinion that to make improvement, you don't need yacht clubs or luxury flats or luxury houses. You have to look at community aspirations. You have to respect ecological and environmental considerations. Should the government consider other proposals? Maybe local residents and organizations have their own thinking, as they are saying that this is only stage 1 of the community engagement exercise. Will the government be willing to listen to the local communities? Maybe they want to keep the natural environment. Maybe they want a country park there. Then a lot of ecological work will be required. Now, if the government is willing to listen to them, what are the avenues for them to air their views? I'd like to thank Dr. Chung for his remarks. As for the options put forth in the paper, I have to emphasize that we don't just mention housing. Ecological tourism center, aquatic sports center, resort, etc. had been put forth as food for thought. We're throwing out these ideas to attract more suggestions from the local community. As a member said just now, a number of elements can be considered. Mr. Chairman, some organizations said that the EIA started in June 2011. The report is yet to come. So when will the report be published? And what about social impact assessment? Is the administration going to do that? How will these proposed projects impact on the local residents? May I defer to my colleague. Will do an EIA. Dr. Chung mentioned 2011. That will publish a comprehensive report for the perusal of the public. Under the EIA, ecology will be studied in detail. At the same time, in terms of planning, we're throwing out these ideas in the paper for members' consideration. Under the EIA ordinance, will meet all requirements and submit a report to members in the next quarter. We have to finish at 6:45. We did say that the quarry will be rehabilitated. According to EIA requirements, we have to conduct an ecological survey, which was to last 6 months. We managed to get some ecological materials and data, like eagles' nests, so the 6-month period has been extended to 12 months. We'll also take reference from the data in the new territories. Ms. Alice Mack? Mr. Chairman, we now say that Hong Kong lacks land, and so we're searching everywhere for land. As Tan Ka-piu said, after identifying the land sites, will people be moving there? So I think that the administration has to examine who will move into the sites in future. And traffic and transport is very important. And if a person has moved to such a site, he would not like to move out. Please refer to the Tung Chung experience. It's very miserable for people to travel to and from Tung Chung because traveling expenses are expensive. So there must be ancillary facilities for them in order to attract more people to move into the site. As for parks, etc., we must be very careful. You can paint a beautiful picture in your mind, but in reality, will you be able to attract a lot of people there? Given the experience of Ma Wan, well, there are private housing units there. People bought units there. There's a park. How many Hong Kong people go there? What's the usage rate? So even if you are to create a theme park, be it a water sports center or whatnot, you have to consider how many Hong Kong people will go there. I don't think you are suggesting a theme park like the Ocean Park. Well, please base the theme park on the characteristics of Lamma Island. Then Hong Kong people will want to go there. Don't build a theme park for the sake of building a theme park. I'd like to thank Ms. Mack for her remarks. After completing stage 1 of the engagement exercise, we'll consider all these views, including housing, TNT, and so forth. We'll examine the future traffic arrangements. At least, we should have better TNT facilities than just ferry services. As for ecologic developments and so forth, we would like to provide at least some job opportunities locally. The scale of this development won't be too huge, so job opportunities will be limited. As for the attractiveness of the aquatic sports center, we'll carefully gauge the future demand. 3 more minutes. Wai-chuen, 2 minutes for you. Then I have to adjourn the meeting. Yes, all right, Chairman. I've listened to the views of many colleagues. In stage 1, there'll be a great deal of residential usage. That's one of the options. I'd like to put on record that I'd like to include this note. That is, there shouldn't be any further development. And Country Park should be made one of the options. You don't really need to build something there. No building is also an option. I'd like to thank Mr. Wu for his suggestion. We're only in stage 1 of the community engagement exercise. All views are welcome, and we keep an open mind. Let me respond to the remarks of some members just now. We're not saying that, oh, there's a piece of land here, we should use it. Our objective is clear. There's this former quarry site. We have to rehabilitate it. So it's on the consideration of maximizing land use that we are conducting this study. We'd like to examine what's the best use to be put to the site. So that's one of our objectives. Well, let me repeat. Country Park is also a land use. Please include it. Any more comments? Time's up, I think. I think we should conclude our discussion on this item. Any other business? Any other business? No other business? Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.